reminded us about the noble strive of science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
One, this is the Torch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Torch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ
So during the last 2 days, we have established the importance of water as a fundamental element to life, ecosystems, agriculture, industry, and even energy production. So water is an essential element for human survival and for dignity. Water is essential for providing the resilience of societies and the natural environment. Now, over the past few years, we have seen that with the increasingly visible impacts of climate change, we have seen that we have accelerated challenges in relation to water security, which made water security a new concern for the international community. And due to various factors that, again, we have seen in the last couple of days, like population growth, like urbanization, like pollution, and like unsustainable water practices. So today, we have our two speakers here who are going to provide us with an exploration of how citizens can play an important role into promoting water security. So we have Amanda, whom we have met already, who is going to introduce us to the concept of citizen science. And we have Dennis, who is going to give us a case study, a real-world case study on the case that took place in Ireland in the past few years. So Amanda, please.
Thank you very much. So today we're talking about citizen science, and I don't think everybody really understands what those words mean. They don't on their own sound like they mean very much, but actually when you look it up, it means essentially the inclusion of non-professional scientists in scientific work, and it's community-based. So it's actually involving local people, ordinary people, to help collect data to further scientific research, which sounds a little bit wrong in a way, but actually, and there has been some kind of contentiousness about that, because people feel like their data is being used. But actually, it's purer than that. It's about getting people to care about the environment, and in the case of citizen science for water quality, it's getting them involved in taking measurements for their own sake and to report it in a transparent way so that the information can be used by not just for themselves but for local authorities, and also in terms of SDGs, there's quite a number of programs now being developed to collect water quality data for SDG monitoring for target 6.3. And another way of describing it is the collection and analysis of data relating to the natural world by members of the general public. So it's taking on a lot more, there's a lot more sort of power behind it these days, because there's a recognition that without the support of the general public, we're not going to be able to collect the data that we need, especially in remote places. So that's where we're coming from. And water quality, as you know, is becoming one of the biggest problems in access to drinking water. It's almost more of a problem than the volume of water, because the quality of water is so poor, people are sick, it's contaminated, it's generally not good for consumption. And in a lot of places, people don't understand that just because water looks clean, that it isn't clean to drink, because they've always worked that way. Their grandparents used to drink the water, so it must be okay. And I'm not talking about necessarily the developed world, but it's true everywhere. And in fact, there's just generally a lack of understanding of what we mean by water quality and why it's so important, because it's actually invisible. And it is a government responsibility to to protect, respect and fulfill this right. It's one of the criteria of the human right to water and sanitation. So under human rights law, governments do have a responsibility, but actually, as I was saying yesterday, it's not an overnight responsibility to make sure that they spend a lot of money and build infrastructure. They actually need to try and find a progressive way to realize that right. And the first step is to make people aware that they have a right to clean water and that it's their own responsibility as well, so that they can go out and start looking at their local environment and thinking about what they could be doing to help restore the quality of the water. And the first step is to measure the water quality. So I'm going to integrate into my slides a few recommendations for parliamentarians as we go along. And the first recommendation I have here is education, because actually that is something that parliamentarians can influence. It's easy to do, it needs to be integrated into school curriculums, and it also can be that awareness of the importance of water quality and making sure that the water that you drink is high quality can be an education and an awareness. With respect to water quality data, it's really not well covered globally. As Florian was saying yesterday, the coverage is pretty poor. You may be measuring one point on a river in the country, but you're not measuring every point on every river. And actually, that's what we need to be doing. That's how we're going to establish where there are points of contamination, how healthy the river is, and whether or not, if the river is healthy, then it flows that other uses for the water will be healthier as well. So citizen science can collect data anywhere, and a lot of the apps that are available take a GIS measurement of where you're standing. You know exactly where you are on the river, and you can report back on what the quality is if you've got the ability to test at that particular point. So it also provides much more frequent data, and actually if you're a local authority and you're responsible for water quality, you can't afford to send somebody out every day or every week to monitor every point along the river or the lake or the seafront. So it actually provides much more data for analysis. So the social impacts of citizen science are wide-ranging. They help with decision making because you have more data. You have the data available to know what's happening. It enables data sharing, and it can be done very transparently. Some of the apps use Google Maps, for example, to report the information that you have. So anyone can see the testing that you've done. You can see the testing that you've done, so it's rewarding. It's available for anybody to have a look at. There's high spatial recognition because of the ability to use smartphones these days. You know exactly where you are. You can pinpoint on the map. And it's relevant for people. So this is the point really that I think is the most important, is that whoever is doing the monitoring, whether it's a group of school children or a group of youth enthusiasts working in the environmental area, or whether it's just a group of local community members, they are interested in that river because that's where they live. They're interested in the quality of that river because it affects their lives, their ability to swim or canoe or go fishing in that river. It affects their ability to access drinking water in some places in the world if they're drinking the surface water. It actually means that they are healthier because the water is, if the water is clean. And I think some people just don't realize that they have the ability to influence that. But actually, if you go down to your river and you take a sample and you measure it, you're able to see what's happening and report on it. And then collectively as a group, you can report that to your local authority and something may be able to be done about it. It's particularly useful if there's been a leak and nobody's realized. You can actually pick it up really quickly. It's good if there's just a general monitoring so that you can see over time whether it's improving or getting worse. So my second recommendation here for parliamentarians is to set up monitoring, because if you're not measuring stuff and monitoring it, you don't know what's happening, and therefore you've got nothing to base any decision making on, and it can be done at a very local level, and it's relevant for the people in that community. So they get engaged, and they want to do something to help. So from a social engagement point of view, as I was starting to say, it's not just a means to collect data. I think it gets people involved in the protection of the environment. They see an immediate result because they have a test result that goes online that is going to be shared with everybody in the world if they want it to be. So they can use that to influence local policy, and they get immediate feedback on contamination incidents. So this ability for people to get involved is hugely powerful. But unfortunately, it doesn't happen very often because they don't know that they can do that. They don't know that the tools are actually available. Some of them are free, some of them are very low cost. It just maybe needs a little bit of setting up with water laboratories to do the testing, depending on what you want to test. But actually, from a policy point of view, enabling that to happen is not expensive. It's about educating, introducing it into school curricula, and it's about setting up a process that enables local community groups to go out there and do the testing. So in terms of, especially given some of the discussions we've had this week, in countries where it isn't very peaceful, where there is violence or where there are problems with government, working at a local level like this can be facilitated without having to go through government, but actually the results can play into the local environment and help people to look after their local environment in a way that will create more sustainability longer term. So my third recommendation is build it into policy, create an enabling environment and a framework for local communities to start setting up community groups to do the testing. And I know that Dennis has some very good examples in Ireland where they've actually done this. So we'll have a real life example on that one. I just want to mention to you the World Water Quality Alliance that I'm quite involved with, which is a UN environment program. They're setting up local water forums around the world. It's basically a volunteer system. And they're offering in the setup of that, they're offering this community of practice where you can talk to other local water forums to learn from each other, and they give a certain amount of support and capacity building. So next week I'm presenting a workshop for a day on for local water forums to understand what they can be doing to enable themselves to be funded locally and set up in a way that gets technical support either from global institutions or from local, and so that they're not on their own. Because I think the idea that it should all be voluntary is a little bit of a, it's a hope rather than an actual. It doesn't last if people are trying to do this voluntarily. It does in some places where they have enough money to do that, but you need to find resources to enable that to work long term. And if you want it to be a useful technique for governments to use as a form of data monitoring, there needs to be some kind of support as well. And that's not usually there. So the capacity building we're doing is to help them look for sources of funding or sources of support that will enable them to do the data monitoring that they need in their local environment. And it may not everyone needs to test everything. It depends on what the contaminants are in their area. It may just be bacterial, or it may be a general health of the river, which can be done. And I'll show you some examples of the techniques. They vary from being very simple, free-to-use apps that can be, for example, there's one ecological app that I'll explain to you that's based on identifying the bugs or the little creatures that you see in the river, and you use a very simple chart to identify them. I'm going to give you a slide on this so that you know what I'm talking about. And that's the one that's linked to Google Maps. So you classify the health of your river based on the ecosystem health of the river, which gives an overview. I mean, if there are contaminants in that river that are toxic, the animals won't be alive. It's very simple. And the more contaminated the water, the less creatures are able to live, and you're left with just a few slugs at the bottom. Whereas if it's really clean, you're going to get dragonflies and all sorts of lovely creatures living there. So that's the principle behind it. And all you need is a net and a chart to identify them. There are sponsored systems through GEMS, which is the Global Environmental Monitoring System through UN Environment. These are expensive testing systems where they give you a test tube and then you send it off and they measure it in very highly technical laboratories. It's limited though, so there are a few opportunities for this, and it's great, but it's dependent on having the funding either yourselves or through the GEMS program that's already existing to be able to do that. And that tests nitrates, phosphates, other contaminants in the water. And then there are funded programs, which is where I'm coming from. I think that the local water forums, if they want to do things really well, need to test the water in local laboratories with the proper testing equipment, and that's something that governments can help to set up on a local basis, so that you can do your own, so that people can do the testing, and then there's a place to take or send the test tubes. So the first one I wanted to explain to you was the free system. So this is available for anyone to do today. We could go down to the river with a net and a plastic ice cream carton. You get a sample of the water with the net and see what creatures you find in it. And the way it works, I don't know whether oh, here we are. So there's a dichotomous key, and it basically says, okay, has this got any, so it goes through, has it got legs or not? And if it hasn't, it's one of these, and if it has, you go down this route, and then it says how many legs, how many pairs of legs, has it got wings or not? And so you can very quickly establish, this is just a small corner of the chart, but you very quickly establish that if it hasn't got legs, it's either a worm or a mollusk or a slug. If it has got legs but it hasn't got wings, it's going to be a crawling insect. And so you classify them, and then according to the animal that the groups on the left, you add up the number that you find of each group, and then you classify it in these ecological categories. So a blue crab is your river is natural and very unmodified, so every kind of creature can be found, and it goes all the way through to purple, where it's probably there's very little alive in that river because it's very seriously contaminated. And then that goes into you load your results through the app onto Google Maps, and this is a snapshot of the area around South Africa where they've mapped different parts of the river, and as you can see, it gives you the opportunity to map a lot of different places on a regular basis. So your bit of the river gets a colour crab, so it's rewarding for the group that do the testing, but it also goes into this map, which helps anybody who wants to read it to see what the quality of the river is. And you also collect that data over time, so you can see how it improves or deproves from 1 month to the next or 1 week to the next. And that has now been approved as one of the inputs into SDG 6.3 monitoring, along with the GEMS more technical approach. So this, like I said, this is free, so anyone can do it. I just think that sometimes, in order for people to go out and do it, they need to be educated and made aware that it's available, and they need a little bit of support from the local government to enable that, to give them the time to do it, and the structure to do it. The Global Environmental Monitoring Programme is a lot more complex, and you do need special equipment to go out and do it. And it looks at various chemicals, including nitrates, phosphates, which are the main ones from agricultural runoff, turbidity based on solids and other stuff that's been washed into the river, and bacteria, which is usually coli and coliform, which are the ones from either sewage waste or animal waste in agricultural areas. And you can get kits available. It is worth applying to see if that's a possibility, and it may be that with a bit of funding that's quite an economical option. But it does require support from them, because it is technical and you need training, and they actually do free training with that as well. A case study in Limpopo where they used a mix of both the GEMS and the MiniSAS testing kits through a South African association youth club, where they got enough funding to, again, it always needs a little bit of funding to collect together 30 learners from 7 schools to go out and do all the testing. And it was a process that enabled people, or young people, to engage with the environment, learn a lot. They become future ambassadors of the environment. And I think it's a really compelling way to get people involved. So the workshop I'm doing next week with WWQA, which I can share more details with you, it's the first one we're running. It's a 1-day workshop, and it will be to help local water forums understand what they need to do to set themselves up to be a local water forum. They need an engagement plan. They need to do stakeholder mapping, not just to understand who are the people living in the community and that are affected by the environment and the water quality, but also to see what businesses, local authorities, other organizations might be interested in helping them to get this off the ground. Because it doesn't need a lot of money, but for a business it's actually a really nice marketing opportunity to say that they're helping something worthwhile. It brings a lot of brand recognition. So there are opportunities to get local businesses to get involved, and I'm aware of one in New Zealand, not with water quality actually, but with bird wildlife, where the local renewable energy company sponsored a campaign to help people recognize the local birds along the rivers. And it has been hugely successful. They've absolutely loved it, and they want to put more and more money into it, because actually people engage with that, and then they get their name recognized with that. So there are business opportunities as well for enabling water forums to attract funding. It also, of course, is good brand recognition for the local government if they want to do the same. So parliamentarian roles, this is my last slide, and then I'm going to hand over to Dennis, but I just wanted to just summarize the takeaways from this. Firstly, we need to help young people to be aware of their rights. Obviously all people, but young people are the ambassadors of the future, and they're the ones that are the most likely to gain a lot from going down to the river and doing the testing and getting involved. So it's about education, it's about communication. And then Secondly, monitoring water quality is absolutely essential as a first step for knowing where to invest in water resource management in a country. And without that measurement and monitoring, it's impossible to know what's the best way to invest, where's the best place to invest your money. And actually nature-based solutions are a big part of the solution these days, because the cleaner the water is to start with, the less you have to do to it to clean it up, to make it suitable for drinking, the more you're likely to be able to preserve or conserve water for uses such as drinking. And then thirdly, the policy side. It doesn't require a lot of budget, and it can be delegated to a very local level. So it's not a big government exercise that's going to require a lot of overheads. I think it can be done on a very local basis. Doesn't necessarily have to go through government, but as a parliamentarian, if you've got some budget that you can put into setting up local community groups, then it's a really good way to spend your money. So thank you. I'm going to pass over the floor now to Dennis, unless you want to ask questions. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Amanda. I think that what you gave us is really rich, and I think that Dennis would be able to build on it because he's going to give us a real-world case study that happened or took place in Ireland. So thank you very much. Maybe we can move to Dennis' presentation, and then we can take questions all together. Okay, please, Ambassador.
Hello? Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't want to change the system, but I believe in order to go to Honorable Dennis, there are very important questions need to be asked. First, I've been looking at citizen science, but I'm extremely worried for many things. This is a theory. If I come example for a country, my country or my country of origin or any other country, and I ask people to go to make their own experiment and to start getting the data, those people will end up in jail. You're talking about data. Data is extremely important. I thought about it many times. And in order to have something like this, in order that you want to have a citizen science, you have to immune the citizen science first. So my first question, how are you going to immune him from local legislations that prevent anybody collect data and give it to anybody outside of the region? Secondly, who is or where is the authority that should take this data? The third, you cannot do either of them unless you have it as legislation that support this action, and it should be an educational curriculum. If you are not going to do it as an educational curriculum for sustainable environment or for environment, it is doomed. Secondly, I don't expect that all the idea of citizen science is only someone to bring data. No, it should be much bigger than this. It should be encompass educational. He need to understand what is there. And at the same time, which is very important, he needs to understand that the authority will receive those data should understand itself the importance for this. So I would like to so in a summary, citizen science as is, it is not very clear. I need to for me. I thought that when we talk about citizen science, we talk about the empowerment, we talk about curriculum, we talk about legislations that can immune those young people or whatever, or any people who would like to test the environment around him. I thought about it a lot for this reason. I wanted just to ask, if we are talking about citizen science in Africa, you have to look at the local legislations. I am sure all the Middle East, you cannot do something like this. In my country, do you think that I can go make a test of the water and then I go send it to Amanda? That will be illegal. So I need for, it's not a question, it's just an observation, and I think that if we would like to do this, we need to have a roadmap in order to legalize such an action, in order to have an empowerment, and all can come through a legislation that can immune this act and a curriculum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Dr. Bona, did you want to comment on what the ambassador was saying?
Thank you. Well, to some extent, as a person who comes from the world of science, I feel obliged to reply to what my friend Mokhtar has just said, because he addressed certainly a problem that might exist in certain countries, for which, of course, I have no idea or solutions. But my main remark on what you said is that you referred to providing data to authorities. In reality, I think that the best contribution that can be given by citizens is to provide data to science. So there should be a leading role exerted by scientists, because they do science, they need more data to do better science, not necessarily by authorities. Then, if the problem is that some authorities in some countries prevent people to collect freely the data, this is not my domain. But what I would like to stress is that the contribution of citizens should be given to initiatives driven by scientists and not by authorities.
If I can very quickly reply on you, Mokhtar, because I'm an expert of water quality, and it's clear that for me, I take it as an education and awareness, but these data are not reliable. I mean, you can't use it. What Amanda showed, even GEMSTAT is really basic, it's the first level, but the data that were collected by these kits that were used, I mean, it can give an idea of the biodiversity, but there is no pollutant, there is no chemistry, there is no heavy metals, there is no pesticide, herbicide. It can't be related to any industrial activity, mining, you know, so it's really basic. I mean, it's really to give an idea if it's well done of maybe the biodiversity, but you are not going to demonstrate anything. It's not reliable, it's not done in a laboratory, and it's not a chemical pollutant, I think. It's not, so I think it's really good to build awareness and as an education tool, but I will not worry about the reliability of such data.
Honorable Williams, please.
First of all, I would like to thank Amanda for Samantha for the presentation, very interesting, especially when you're looking at the local level. But my concern is, how can we adopt, a toolkit in terms of common approach across the board? That everyone is using the same methodology for effective impact in terms of data provision and collection. So I feel that maybe the emphasis should be put in towards how can we have a common approach to gather the data that are required. I thank you.
Thank you very much. If you would like, Amanda, maybe we can answer these questions. And yes, on peut peut-être répondre à ces questions et puis on peut prendre des autres questions si c'est possible. So please, Amanda.
Okay, right, so Mokhtar's question on whether it's legal. I can't answer that question for Egypt, for example. I don't know what the legal system is for collecting data. I think what Florian is saying is that from an educational point of view, certainly the biological sampling one is shouldn't cause a problem. But I think it comes to a more essential point here, that actually it's good to have a legitimate system that's prescribed in law by that country to allow people to do that, probably underneath the supervision of scientists, which is normally how it's done, to be honest. I mean, we are, at the moment, we're being greedy for information because there is such just a lack of data everywhere that we're encouraging local water forums to set themselves up and just collect data whichever way they can afford to do it. The GEM system is actually fairly controlled. So in answer to the last question from the Seychelles, the GEMS combined with the mini-SAS is being now used as more of a standardized system in the UN system for SDG 6.3. The combination of the biological sampling with some very simple test tube testing, which may run into more legal issues in countries like Egypt potentially, but that is becoming a standard now. So that would be the way to go, to follow that lead, to just collect basic data, and then it's up to you whether you want to do more as a country. And it might depend on what your particular concerns are with water quality in that area. But I do think that, and I think I was trying to make this point really, was that you do need policy to support it, because otherwise there's no budget, there's no framework, there's no education to enable people to do it properly. So if you're starting from, especially when you're starting in a country where it's not legitimate to go out and sample with test tubes and you get into trouble, very important to maybe start with the policy and get that clear first, and then have your framework set up with scientists and laboratories so that people can be recruited to do the work. In countries like South Africa, and I know we're going to hear another very good case study which will be helpful with this in a minute, but in countries like South Africa, they recruited literally 1,000 or 2,000 young people to go out and do the testing. They trained them all up and then they sent them out to do the testing, and to just get a lot of data, which is what you saw in the map. So there needs to be a little bit of support behind it for it really to work. Otherwise, it's just going to be the odd person here and there. It's not going to be enough data for it to actually be meaningful. So I do think that scientists need to be involved, and that there needs to be a framework, and there needs to be a little bit of budget. It's not big money. You're not talking about billions of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars necessarily. On a local basis, it can be relatively, sensible amounts. I don't have Dennis.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Dennis, would you like to comment on this? Okay. Then we will take Albert, s'il vous plaît.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Vraiment merci Madame Lofen pour cette présentation vraiment de qualité, parce que c'est essentiel. En tout cas, la question de la sécurité hydrique et de la science citoyenne. J'ai noté ces deux concepts assez importants dans votre développement. Alors, je voulais revenir sur un aspect important pour ce qui concerne donc le Sahel, notamment le Burkina Faso. Il est clair que, quelqu'un l'a dit tout à l'heure, que nos pays sont confrontés à un boom minier sans précédent. Depuis ces 15-20 dernières années, il y a un boom minier qui est suivi d'une agression assez fréquente donc, de l'environnement, notamment de la biodiversité. Évidemment, la qualité de l'eau prend un coup avec l'utilisation donc, de nombreux produits chimiques dans l'industrie minière. Alors, donc, nous assistons à des pollutions des nappes phréatiques et des pollutions même de cours d'eau. Donc, ce qui joue naturellement sur la qualité de l'eau. Mais il faut dire que nos pays essaient d'avoir des mécanismes, en tout cas des outils pour faire face. Quand je prends le cas du Burkina Faso, il est inscrit dans la Constitution le droit pour le citoyen, effectivement, d'engager des actions dans le sens de la protection de l'environnement et notamment de l'eau. Alors, ce dispositif juridique date de près de 30 ans, mais il ne suffit pas, ce texte-là, à éviter des violations, notamment de l'environnement, notamment sur la qualité de l'eau. Récemment, au niveau du Parlement, évidemment, le Parlement s'est doté également d'un outil qu'on appelle le bureau aux citoyens. Le bureau aux citoyens est comme cet outil d'interface entre le citoyen et les députés et les parlementaires, qui permet justement de faire remonter l'information. Toutes les agressions donc, liées à l'environnement sont répertoriées au niveau de ce bureau aux citoyens pour permettre des actions efficaces. Mais ma question, c'est de savoir actuellement, concrètement, comment les parlementaires, justement, et les citoyens, comme l'a dit l'ambassadeur Mokhtar tout à l'heure, comment on peut imaginer, en tout cas, un attelage, une synergie entre parlementaires et citoyens pour pouvoir aboutir justement à cette sécurité hydrique. Parce que ceci est très important. Il est important d'imaginer cet attelage-là dans un élan dynamique. Parce que, évidemment, les connaissances sont là, les données scientifiques sont là, mais nos pays sont confrontés à cette difficulté qui est que le député lui-même, le parlementaire, s'approprie ces données, les transmette aux citoyens, afin qu'il y ait justement ce dynamisme-là, pour qu'il y ait enfin, effectivement, une protection de l'eau et que la qualité de l'eau se trouve améliorée, notamment dans nos pays, notamment au Sahel. C'est vraiment cette préoccupation que j'avais. Merci encore pour cette brillante présentation.
To support the legislation development, thank you.
Oui, bien sûr. Honorable Cabre. Honorable Cabré, s'il vous plaît.
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais partager un modèle dans le cadre de préservation de l'environnement qui est effectué au Burkina Faso. Au niveau du ministère de l'Environnement, nous avons la Direction générale de la préservation de l'environnement.
Est-ce que vous pouvez parler un peu plus lentement, s'il vous plaît?
Ok.
Merci.
Donc je disais, je veux partager un modèle au Burkina Faso au sein du ministère de l'Environnement pour la protection et la sauvegarde de l'environnement. Nous avons une direction, la Direction générale de la préservation de l'environnement, qui a en son sein un service qui fait de l'éducation environnementale. Et ce service d'éducation environnementale se fait au travers des écoles et des élèves dans tout le Burkina Faso. Ça permet au niveau local de dépêcher des agents pour instruire les élèves sur les questions environnementales et la nécessité pour eux de maintenir un cadre de vie sain. Et ces élèves, à leur tour, sont des ambassadeurs auprès de leurs parents, de telle sorte que le message initial qui est propulsé par le gouvernement arrive jusqu'au
environmental instructors in school or into an institution who will widespread the knowledge and what they have learned to the community. So back to the issues of data and collection of information, the instructors and of course the constituent in the community could be aware of the important how to be provided with a tool for information collection and also how to run it. We require the support from the lawmakers that we can widespread the training and policy. Our issue is not in collecting data information. The point is after being collected, how we could have proper analysis. Then that could be finding of analysis could be the element to develop legislation. Thank you.
Or just this one? All right, so to summarize both questions in English, Monsieur Albert was talking about asking about the necessary synergy that needs to take place between MPs and citizens to promote water security. He said that the knowledge is there, the capacity is there, but the initiatives are unfortunately not there. As to Honorable Cabre, who is a young MP from Burkina Faso, he was raising the issue that environmental questions are really addressed in schools, in education, but the tools and information, sometimes tools are accessible, but the information is not. So how to overcome these difficulties in relation to collecting data? So please, Amanda, if you would.
Thank you very much for your questions. And I think just addressing the first one, I think Dennis is going to be able to answer that one very nicely with the case study from Ireland. So I'm going to pass that one over to him. With respect to tools and information in schools, that capacity building, I think, it's clearly needed, not just in Burkina Faso, but globally, because citizen science is a new way of gathering data, especially for water quality. So there are capacity building programs available, both through the UN and through the World Water Quality Alliance, and I think through examples like the one we're going to hear in Ireland. So we can perhaps discuss it afterwards, but if you're looking for training programs for schools that could be rolled out in the country, that could be very easily facilitated. Does that answer your question?
Est-ce que ça répond à votre question?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. If you wish, Amanda, we can give Dennis the floor, because Dennis is going to give us the practical aspect of citizen science, how they implemented it in Ireland in order to not only enhance water security and provide drinkable water to Irish communities, but also promote peaceful coexistence between communities. So,
brilliant. That's great. So I'm going to take over from the last two questions that were asked from the colleagues in Burkina Faso, because this is the practical challenge that we have had to deal with in Ireland. We have loads of law. There is no difficulty with law. There's no difficulty with standards, but there was no application of that law on the ground. And a particular problem that we have in Ireland is this part of our island is part of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And just across the border here is the Republic of Ireland, where I'm a member of Parliament. And along this border you have two traditions who go to different Christian churches and for cultural reasons have huge animosity towards each other. Quite a number of people in this area have huge animosity towards the British government based in Westminster, and there are people here that have huge animosity towards the Irish government based here in Dublin. So you have cultural issues, religious issues, political issues, and we're trying to enforce law and environmental standards on both sides of an international border. So we looked at three specific water catchments: the River Finn catchment, the River Arney catchment, and the River Blackwater catchment, all three of which are in very rural areas in Ireland, all three of which have very mixed communities in terms of supporting the British Crown, opposing the British Crown, supporting government in Dublin, not supporting the government in Dublin, and there are huge numbers of farming communities. And all of these people in the main are reliant on groundwater for their water supplies. And as we know in relation to the presentations that we've heard all week, the big difficulty with groundwater is that it's underground, it's not visible, And because of that, it makes it much more difficult for people to understand. And the big polluters of this water were the people themselves, in terms of animal waste, in terms of human waste, in terms of chemical getting into the water supplies, which makes it much more difficult to actually clean up and make safe for people to drink it. So that was the environment that we were in, and trying to look at how we could explain in very practical terms to people in these communities who have no respect for authority, how do we get them to comply with the law and apply that law on the ground in very practical terms. So the European Union invested in this particular project. We put staff in on the ground to directly with communities to try and find out what the issues were. And one of the biggest problems was the issue of understanding. How do you explain to people what's going on under the ground? So we use technology and the use of visors and technology to explain to people what is actually happening under their feet in terms of the rain that lands on their head, where does that go, and how does it end up in their taps. And we've used technology to apply that and explain, and not just to the public, but very much bringing it into schools, because young people are the ones that will actually educate many older people. So we went into all of the schools in those 3 catchment areas and explained to them using technology about how the water system works, how the impact of pollution in one area can have an impact on the water supply in another area. Now, this is a gold-plated system. The funding has been provided by the European Union, the facilitators have been provided by the European Union, and we were able to use technology, as I say, to do this. And it wasn't just about educating young people and the community at large. One of the biggest polluters that we found from the scientific analysis of the water supplies were farmers. Farmers were themselves the biggest polluters of the water supplies. So what we did, we spent a huge amount of money investing in information like this that you could hand to farmers, explaining them around their own farmyard the causes of pollution that were seeping into the ground, in terms of farming practices, the actions that they were taking, the impact it was having on water courses, on lakes, and on groundwater. And we were actually able to produce, using satellite technology, individual maps of each of their fields, explaining the vulnerability of the groundwater sources there. So in this particular area, the farmer couldn't spread chemical fertilizer or animal manures because it was running straight into the water supply that farmer and his neighbours were drinking, whereas in these fields they actually could. So we went down to that level of detail in relation to it. But we didn't just do it in terms of pictorially and engaging with farmers. We have a whole array of videos for the farming community, for local communities, for young people, explaining all of this to them so they could go on to YouTube and look at it for themselves. And the website address is there in relation to that. Now, the point I'm trying to make is, yes, this is a gold-plated system. It is one that was funded by the European Union in Ireland. But because of that, we were able to get 2 communities that didn't speak to each other, 2 sets of neighbours that didn't speak to each other, all starting to work together. Young people starting to work together to actually protect and enforce the environment for their own benefit in their own communities, in 2 different jurisdictions. They weren't doing it because it was law, they were doing it because they could see it was in their own best interest. Now, the technology that we have developed as a result of this is technology now that is freely available. The tools that we have developed in relation to this are tools that are freely available and could be applied in terms of the groundwater issues in Burkina Faso or in any other country that we have. And it is open source information because it comes from the European Union. Now, one of the aspects, and there are quite a number of aspects to this particular project, right from using satellite data to detailed water analysis, to mapping each of the water courses, to community and citizen engagement. And there's different strata depending on what level of investment or what level of detail you want to go to in relation to it. But one of the critical aspects of this was citizen engagement, engaging with the farmers, explaining to them how their farm practices had an impact in terms of water quality. The other one was explaining to young people the impact of poor water quality. So we took young people from different religious backgrounds, from different traditions, where they didn't normally speak with each other because for cultural reasons, and they went out and carried out some of the analysis that Amanda spoke about earlier with their nets, catching the insects and analysing those and doing a report on it right along each of the schools along each of those river catchments. So they were able to develop a whole picture of what was happening along that whole river, and they were able to share it with the other pupils in the other schools to see what was happening at different points. And if they found that the water quality changed dramatically at a particular location along the river, then they could look and see, well, what maybe was the reason for that? Is there an industry there? Is there a change in farming practices there? Is there a town or village with raw sewage going into the river there? But because of that, we were able to educate young people who were then able to educate their parents in relation to the impact of their actions on the water quality in their own local area. And it was about bringing young people together in their local schools, in their local communities. And actually, as a result of this happening, there was huge demand from local community groups to do the exact same testing in a far broader catchment of those rivers. And as a result of that, the trainers went back and went into community halls, explained to the communities, and the communities themselves went out with their children, with their grandchildren, to do that very same analysis. But we've taken this a step further, and we have done the type of chemical analysis that Amanda has spoken about, where we actually looked at the water quality in the rivers. Some of this can be done on site with test tubes. Some of it requires water to be submitted to a central lab. But in Ireland in 2021, we sampled water in 700 locations across Ireland on one particular weekend in what was called a water blitz, run by Dublin City University in Ireland. 700 samples right across the country, in every community across the country. And then we uploaded that data. The data that was taken on site was uploaded through an iPhone or a smartphone onto the web. The detailed chemical analysis was sent off for analysing to the laboratory in Dublin City University. That was also put up on the web and matched with the data that was collected on the ground so that people could see what was happening in relation to water quality in their own local area. And in tandem with that then, we would carry out education programs using the technology that's there in terms of YouTube and online resources to explain to people, because of the poor quality, this is in your area the likely sources of that problem. This is the actions that you can take to try and address those or raise awareness in relation to those particular problems in that community. So it's about raising awareness locally, explaining to people that the laws that are passed in Parliament are only as good as their actual application and enforcement on the ground. And in many parts of the countries that we talk about, authority is not respected. The government may not even be recognised. So how do you ensure that law is enforced? And the way that you ensure that law is enforced is to explain to people the practical implications of that for their own human health, for their own water supplies. Now, look, this can be done. Some of it is very cost effective. Some of it is a bit more expensive and requires resources. But there is a willingness there, I know, at EU level to fund these type of initiatives. But if you as a parliamentarian want to do something practical and don't have the resources to do that, I'll give you a practical example of something that I've done in my own constituency. Sorry about the heading is wrong in relation to it, but this was an initiative that I ran in my own constituency and which has been run nationally around the country, and it's the the National Dialogue on Climate Action. So what we did was, in my constituency, we have a big problem with seasonal flooding, summer flooding and winter flooding. It has a devastating impact on the farming community in my constituency, and on occasion it floods homes as well and has a devastating impact on families. It also has destroyed the environment in my constituency, where the bird life and nesting birds have been absolutely decimated as a result of this flooding. And what we have done is we have brought the community together, the local parishes, the local farming organisation, the local church groups, the local young people, into the one room. We've explained to them the science in terms of what's happening, and we've then asked them, well, what practical measures can we take to address those flooding issues? How can we manage the flood waters there? And how can we implement that both locally, and also what do I need to do as the Member of Parliament nationally to have the law change to recognise the changes that need to take place to be reflected locally and have an impact locally. So these type of citizen engagements have been very successful, where we've actually used round tables, which are very important, because what we do is we get the scientists to present the evidence first of all, and then we put specific questions to each of the tables. Now that you know what the evidence is, how do we practically address this? And you take all of the solutions and answers together, you bring them all together onto the stage, and then you come up with a programme of work to implement at local level, at community level, and at national level. And another initiative that we were involved with, which is very cost effective as well, and this was the Climate Ambassadors Programme. So we all know that climate action is a very abstract issue. And in some countries, the issue of water quality is also a very abstract issue. So what we did was we got young people, but also more mature people with time on their hands. We gave them over a week intensive training in the tools regarding the challenges of climate change and how to engage with people and communities to convince them to take positive action in relation to climate change. The same could be applied in terms of improving water quality, explaining to them how steps can be taken at local level to improve water quality in your area and the impact of poor water quality on your life and on your health and on your family's health. And we sent these people back into their own local communities to talk peer to peer, to explain what's going on in their own area and what they can do to change that. We got them to talk with the local media and to explain that. And it is far better for a local older person, young person or middle-aged person to be explaining the problems and the solutions than a Member of Parliament coming in from the National Parliament or a scientist coming in and dictating what should happen. So what I'm giving you is a flavour of different tools that we've used in Ireland to try and improve citizen engagement and to take the science that we have at national and global level and to apply it in a practical way at local level to ensure that our laws are enforced and applied and actually deliver what we as parliamentarians want to see happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dennis. This has been very insightful and very practical. And we start with questions. Dr. Bona, please.
I would like to ask Dennis a question. Please don't take it in the provocative way, because what you have shown is really impressive, and this does not surprise me at all. You are an impressive person. But in how many other constituencies has this been adopted by your colleagues?
So first of all, in relation to the first project that I've shown, which is a cross-border initiative, that is across 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 8 constituencies involved in that in 2 parliaments. And as I say, that's an EU-funded project. In terms of the water analysis, the water blitz, that happened in every single constituency in our country. In terms of the citizens forum that we have had 4 of those around the country to date. In fact, the Minister for the Environment is now running that as a national programme. So what they have done is they have looked at the climate problems from a regional perspective and held regional meetings. So in the middle of Ireland, where we have a problem with flooding, they focused on the issue of flooding. In the coastal regions, they've looked at coastal erosion, and they've brought the communities that are impacted by that together. So it is something that could be done with a number of members of Parliament coming together to organise a regional meeting on an issue of water quality across a river basin. Now, we do this on river basins. We've done it in every river basin, but this is a national programme, and we have mapped out in the detail I'm talking about in relation to those fields of every river basin in Ireland, and we've brought communities together and explained to them the impact of their practices in terms of industry or in terms of farm practices they're having on their river and water quality and groundwater quality. But you're not expecting that to happen everywhere. But this can be done very easily and deployed at either constituency level or regional level.
Just following up on that, have you noticed a big difference in water quality? Have you been able to monitor the water quality as a result? And what are the results?
Yeah, so this day 10 years ago, I couldn't drink the water coming out of my own tap. It wasn't safe to drink. In fact, the water for 60% of my constituents had to be boiled in so-called first world country because it was unsafe to drink. Today, we can drink that water, and we have very good water quality. In fact, the water blitz that looked at 700 locations across the country in terms of river water, it has found that, I have it here, 82% of Irish water bodies have a high or a good quality, and that is a significant improvement over the last decade, which would have gone from the high 40s to 82%. Yeah, so there's been a dramatic improvement because we got the communities involved.
Thank you, Dennis. We have a question from Dr. Krang, please.
Thank you for the presentations, both Amanda and Dennis. It's very interesting that when you saw the model that the dentists in the community can monitoring the water qualities. But my concern is that how we can manage or control the last catchments, because if we have organization to manage the catchment, that it doesn't work, because we cannot prevent the contamination or pollutions from the like wastewater or solid waste if the community is not involved. But how can we bring the result that we just monitor, the scientists just monitor to the community, and how we give the powers to the community to prevent it? So if you have any model like that, so please, thank you.
So, correct me now if I haven't answered the question correctly, but your question is in relation to point sources of pollution in terms of wastewater treatment plants or industry that are polluting the rivers.
Not treated from the people, and then maybe they just discharge automatically to the rivers, and or maybe another contamination resources like solid waste, toxics, whatever. It just come into the rivers in the last area of catchment. No utility, no organization can manage all that one without the community who's living nearby. I mean the resident nearby. But I don't know how one can, like a scientist, when you monitor the water quality there, you recognize that that's polluted. But how it transfer to the community to prevent the resources, like take it out that you cannot discharge to our river anymore, and so on, because the community itself, they are not powerful like governments.
Yeah, no, and they're not powerful in relation to it, but if the community can recognize that there is a problem, first of all, with the river, and recognize that it's polluted, particularly downstream, you know. So, and we've had these problems in Ireland where the water is extracted in one location downstream, has to have huge investment put into cleaning it up because of point pollutions further up the stream. But what we've been able to do is identify exactly what those locations were. So it could be a wastewater treatment plant that wasn't working properly. There mightn't be any wastewater treatment plant at all. It might be raw sewage that's going into the river, and sadly that still goes on in Ireland today. Or it could be a chemical plant. So once we're able to identify where the location is, then we can look and see, well, what needs to be done at that location. Now, except in Vietnam, you're talking about, and in other countries as well, you're talking about cross-jurisdictional issues. So it may not be that the problem is in your country, but at least if we can identify the problem first of all, then there's an opportunity for us as MPs to engage with our colleagues in neighbouring countries and say, look, the pollution that's being caused by this river, into this river, is damaging your community, it's damaging my community, here's the evidence of it, we want you to address that. And they say, look, we want to address it too, but we don't have the resources to do that. But it's going to be much easier to go to a development organisation or to Australia Aid or US Aid or Irish Aid and say, look, we have a specific project. We have a wastewater treatment plant across the border here. We both agree that this needs to be cleaned up. And will you help us in terms of technical assistance, resources and capacity to improve the quality of the water for everyone? Because the communities themselves want it, the communities themselves have identified it, and most countries that have development aid funding to spend now recognise the importance of community engagement, now recognise the importance of citizen engagement. So it strengthens your hand in making that argument for investment.
Thank you very much, Dennis. I believe Ambassador Mokhtar, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So thank you very much, Dennis, for your very good and interesting presentation. Last year, exactly the same day, on the 14th of September, in the same place, I believe you were here, and Michel Spiro was sitting in your place, and we had Michel Jarraud, the honorary president of WMO. We were talking about climate change, and we're talking about the extreme events of climate change. That was the 14th of September 2022. We mentioned 5 elements of extreme events of climate change that can really be of a destruction measures. He mentioned first of all the winds, the strong winds, then the coastal marine hazards. He mentioned the tropical cyclones, the heavy rain and floods, and the last thing he mentioned was the heat waves. Well, it's very sad that in 1 year we see this reality. We see the heat wave in all over Europe, unprecedented heat wave, unprecedented. We see in Morocco, we just give 1 minute, you know, just in respect for more than 2,600 victims and another 2,500 injured beside the destruction. And then yesterday we had in Libya, we had exactly everything, the strong wind, the marine cyclones, and then we had 1,600 deaths and more than 2,500 injured and 1,200 missing. It is very sad to see it that fast. And what is really very interesting is just in 1 year, we were warned about this. Those elements affects water. Libya, for example, what happened in the wind and 2 big dams got broken, destructed. I am just putting this as to remind you that things are moving very fast, more than we can ever believe or more than we thought about, and it's sad. Here comes to, you were here and it just, it's important that we anticipated in our meeting exactly what is there. I really liked the concept that you provide. We are lucky to have you. You're a parliamentarian and a minister, so you worked in both worlds. And you tried to do, and you're trying to do your part as for the climate ambassadors and all the activities. I really don't have a question. I just want to salute anybody who's doing such a work with heart. But I see now that we are in the, if last year we were talking about this, can we anticipate what are types of disaster we are going to talk, we are going to see? And if when we meet next year here in October, I hope that we won't see bigger things. So what can we do on the parliamentary level? Parliamentarians, they attend the meeting, you're going to go to COP28, they attend, and then we are very happy. They take us on the sides, not in the green or blue, just a side event for parliamentarians. And then this year we had a big fight just to bring parliamentarians closer to the real event of COP28, to the blue part. So I just want to say that, do we still have a chance? Do parliamentarians have a chance in climate change, especially with this very, very, very tight connection with water quality? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mokhtar. I'm glad you brought up this issue because I'm going to make a prediction with all due respect to Hubert now, and he may contradict me in relation to it. But we have quite a number of elections taking place over the next 12 months, particularly across Europe, North America and so forth. And all of those countries, no more than the developing countries, the so-called developing countries, and climate change and the impact of climate change was mainly seen outside of the so-called developed countries until this year and last year. And we've had some very extreme flooding and heat waves. And I predict in the next 12 months that the green movement will actually go down in election support rather than go up. And the reason I think that that will happen is for the very reason of the presentation here last year. The scientists are great at telling us about the doom and gloom. They're great at telling us what we need to do. but they have yet to provide us with the practical application of that. And this is the point, that the reason I'm here in Vietnam. This is the reason that I spoke in New York last night, is the scientists need to start communicating with us as MPs and give us the practical tools to implement the type of significant change that's needed. Like telling people in rural Ireland that are 20 miles away from the nearest shop that you have to start cycling and you leave your car at home. That's not practical. So there's no point telling people that. But yet this is the solution to climate change. Use public transport. The only public transport you have is a bicycle. It rains 360 days of the year, you know, and you're going to use a bicycle. So it's not practical. So what we've done in Ireland actually is we've actually brought fibre optic cable to every single home, no matter how rural in Ireland, because people can then work from home and don't have to commute. That's a practical application of reducing transport emissions. But what we need is the scientists, as Maurizio said here on Monday, that we need the scientists to sit down and have the cup of coffee with us, explain the unique challenges that we have in our countries and in our constituencies, and how we can apply the technology and the know-how that is already there to actually meet the practical challenge and make a real difference. If that coffee doesn't happen, if that engagement doesn't happen, we'll have Michel Spiro and every other Michel Spiro coming back making the same prediction year after year, wringing their hands, and nothing ever happened. Because we need practical tools. And I think we'll come to this later on today. But the one message that has consistently come across this week, the pleading of the members of Parliament to the scientists here all week is, show us how this can be applied, how we can use the satellite data to make a real difference in our constituencies. And that is the one thing that needs to come out of this meeting here, is we need to give MPs those practical tools.
Thank you very much, Dennis. If I may give the floor to Honourable Williams.
Thank you. Dennis, thank you for this wonderful presentation. It's very practical. I would like to get your opinion in regards to, I know that parliamentarians have a big role to play in terms of public engagement and sensitization. But don't you think that there should be also a global rethinking of governments in terms of development plans, approaches to what we are facing now? Because we can engage with the scientists, but if the leaders themselves in the executive positions, they also are not connected to reality, our job as parliamentarians, can be very, very difficult. And my second question is, you said that the EU is willing to fund certain of these projects. So right now, are we willing to fund government or NGO projects? What direction would you advise us as parliamentarians, to encourage NGOs to go into these projects, or to leave it to government? Because at some point we feel that more attention is being given to NGOs than giving fundings to government. I thank you.
Yeah, so I'll answer the last question first. And it is really a policy approach that's taken by different governments. And I think this comes back to members of Parliament. We in Ireland, a lot of our development aid funding is channeled through governments. We directly engage with governments. The reason that we do that is we also then work with parliamentarians to try and resource them to hold the government to account, to ensure that the money that our taxpayers send to countries, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania and so forth, that is actually spent for the purpose that it's meant to. A lot of other countries put their funding through, now we send a lot of money through the UN as well, But a lot of other countries put their funding through NGOs because they find it easier to be able to ensure that that money is spent for a particular purpose. And there's different approaches in different countries depending on administrations. But there is a huge opportunity for members of parliament that are here, for members of parliament that are at the assembly in Angola, whether you're from Burkina Faso or from the Seychelles or wherever you're from, to talk to Hubert from France, to talk to Dennis from Ireland, to talk to Max from Germany and say, we want to see this money being channeled through governments because we can then hold that government to account. That means that that money is not only accounted for in your country, but it's also accounted for in the country where that money is being spent. And a colleague of mine in the Irish Parliament, Brendan Howland, a former minister in numerous departments, is directly working with parliamentarians, particularly in IALA in East Africa, where they're actually giving the parliamentarians the capacity to quiz and grill government, the financial tools to do that. And I think that's where that needs to happen. In terms of EU funding, I think probably the best approach would be to reach out to the EU representative office. First of all, every country has it. It may not be physically based in the Seychelles, but just like embassies, there is one for that to liaise with Seychelles, but to reach out to them and start that engagement in relation to it. And the first question, you just remind me again.
Yeah, in terms of parliamentary engagement with scientists, I feel that also there should be a whole rethinking of...
Yes, yeah. So the rethinking. Personally, and you'll agree with me on this, I think the most exciting thing about the Sustainable Development Goals is that it's breaking down these policy silos that are in government. I've been a member of parliament for 26 years. I've been elected 5 times by the people of my constituency. And the most frustrating thing that I've had to deal with is I'm dealing with practical problems on the ground. For example, in relation to flooding, we have the biggest river in Ireland or Britain going through my constituency. I represent more of it than any other member of parliament. There are 25 agencies involved in that river, and we cannot get them to talk together. The one thing the Sustainable Development Goals do is that they force government departments, government agencies and bodies to start talking together about goals that have an impact on people's lives. And I think the one thing that we as parliamentarians could do to really break down that cycle of silo mentality, change the way governments work, is to hold governments to account in relation to the delivery of the Sustainable Development Goals. In fact, next Monday, I have a meeting. I chair a parliamentary committee at home of social protection, rural and community development and the islands. And we are finalising our report where we have brought all of the government departments that are responsible for our island communities, for our rural communities, or urban communities together. We've asked them to defend what are they doing to deliver the Sustainable Development Goals, and we're going to be criticising them for failing to actually do those linkages. But that's the type of thing that every single member of parliament needs to do. They need to, whatever parliamentary committee that they're on, bring the relevant government departments in and ask them, what are you doing to deliver the Sustainable Development Goals for the people that I represent?
Thank you very much, Dennis. I see that triggered other questions. Can I please give the floor to Dr. Bona first and then Honorable Aitmi? Okay, please, Dr. Bona.
Well, I would like to comment rather than asking questions, because I think that the discussion is really, at least to me, very interesting, and in particular concerning the engagement of scientists for these issues. I think that Denis helped us to understand a couple of things. So there are global problems that need to be tackled globally, but you can only solve them if you have a local, very local implementation. And this is probably the difficulty today to implement things. There is also a cultural aspect related to this, because I understand what Mokhtar pointed out, the messages given by scientists, and scientists must deliver those messages. But frankly speaking, heat waves always occurred in the past. Extreme events always occurred in the past. The problem is that the people, some people maybe, do not feel their problem if there is a heat wave some thousand kilometers from here. Dennis said that in Ireland, and I know they don't have problems of water, but there are countries that have problems of water. I live in Geneva, and I would like you to know that in Geneva, the water that we have at the tap, we can drink that water, but also the water that we use for gardens is drinkable water, and also for flushing the toilet is drinkable water. So a person living in Geneva maybe does not have the same perception as a person who does not have drinkable water every day. So I think that the real point is to bring to the local level the awareness of the importance of climate change and counteracting some bad habits. And I think that the engagement of scientists should not be only the engagement of the scientist that gives, let's say, predictions on global things, but should also go to a very local granulometry. And the better granulometry that I can imagine is the one that is offered by you, by the parliamentarians, because you have a constituency which is reasonably large, but also reasonably small, to make this kind of things. On the other hand, as I was to some extent I was criticizing also the engagement of scientists, also the scientists should have the courage to go to the local level and not just addressing the global meetings. So I think and I hope that this Science for Peace School can help maybe triggering a certain movement, such that the parliamentarians would feel engaged in this as well as the scientists.
I just make one comment in relation to that. We have an initiative in Ireland where we've actually asked the people, what should the scientists be carrying out research on? It's called Creating Our Future. And we have had 5 million people have come forward with 15,000 proposals, all of which are on a website now for the scientists to look at. 15,000 questions that we want answered in relation to climate change, agriculture, poverty, water quality, right across the board. Even one that affects my own constituency. What do we do with wool from our sheep? Because I represent more sheep than I do people in my constituency. But the point I'm making is that we've asked the scientists the questions that we want answers to. Now we're looking forward for the scientists to answer those questions and to come back and tell us the answers to those questions. And that's something that could be very easily done at national level on the issue of water, on the issue of climate, or on the broad topic, and we've been able to do that in our country. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Dennis. We're over time, so we're going to take the last two questions from Honorable Aitmik and then from Florian. So please, Honorable.
Bonjour, merci Madame la modératrice. J'ai bien écouté les interventions des professeurs. Aujourd'hui, comme a dit mon collègue du Burkina Faso, je pense que la science Aujourd'hui, on a fait un travail de 3 jours avec des chercheurs. Nous avons entendu, nous sommes convaincus. On a utilisé la science, par exemple, au Maroc pour construire une autoroute d'eau et nous sommes sur plein d'autres chantiers. Mais je pense aussi qu'après ces 3 jours de travail, il faut qu'on sorte avec des recommandations spécifiques quand même à chaque continent parce que la science, c'est clairement, ça change. Je comprends bien le professeur avec le site internet, les données, c'est encourageant et qui est prêt à partager. Mais aujourd'hui, il faut dire que la science doit aussi prendre en compte qu'il y a des spécificités dans chaque région. Et le plus important, c'est que suite à ces 3 jours de travail, dans 2 mois, on aura la COP28 et il y aura une réunion en marge de l'IPU avec les parlementaires du monde, les membres les pays membres, et qu'il faut sortir avec des recommandations pour qu'on puisse quand même
So what recommendation can we have here? How could we encourage the policymakers, lawmakers to work out specific action? So
Summarize the question again, Dennis?
Je peux?
Would you like me to summarize the question again? All right. Bien sûr, s'il vous plaît.
Merci beaucoup. Pour aller dans le même sens que le collègue marocain, en fait, les modèles qui sont développés et expliqués ici ne sont pas toujours transposables dans nos États. De telle sorte que, au-delà de ces modèles-là, il serait plus indiqué d'accompagner la recherche au niveau local pour développer des initiatives qui sont...
Because of the differences in my country compared to others. What we need is simple and affordable solution. So my point is we need to have the applicable solution in different locations in the world. Yep. Cái câu hỏi thứ hai trước thì tôi muốn chia sẻ như thế này. Thực sự tôi hiểu có rất nhiều cái sự khác biệt nhất.
Tools that we have developed, the knowledge that we have developed in actually applying this is universal. The reason that I'm giving you these examples are in relation to all of the researchers and academics and people that are behind this. They are quite willing to work with colleagues in Burkina Faso or in Niger or in Kenya to look at how we can take the tools that we have developed and apply them in a practical way in your country. So yes, it would require either the water department in Burkina Faso or the university in Ouagadougou to work with the university in Dublin or with the water department in Ireland so that we can take the tools and apply them in a very practical way in Burkina Faso, because you cannot copy and paste what I'm talking about here. It's not possible to do that, but this can be manipulated to make a real practical difference in your country. To come back to my colleague from Morocco in terms of where do we go from here and how do we deliver what we're talking about here in real terms, how do we build this engagement between science and Parliament? Let me say to the parliamentarians, first of all, we have an awful lot more to gain out of this than the scientists will ever gain from it. Because every day of our lives, we're solving problems that constituents come to us with, problems that politically may not be that easy to sort out. I give you, one practical example of it. I was the minister in charge of climate change in Ireland, and in the constituency that I represent, I have 2 power stations. It's the fuel that we use is peat, but it's very similar to coal, and it employed 3,000 people across my constituency and the adjoining constituencies. So politically, it's a big issue. I was the Minister for Energy and the Minister for the Environment that announced the closure of both of those plants. And when I lost office, those very people were the ones that were devastated because I was gone out of office. Because what I did was, I didn't just close the plants. What we did was we put a program and a plan in place of how we would replace the jobs in those plants. So instead of using a dirty fossil fuel, we decided to work with the local farmers, plant replacement wood-based crops that would be used in those power plants, maintaining the jobs, giving a cash crop to local farmers, and making a far more sustainable future for everyone. And I did that by engaging with the scientists, because I didn't have those solutions, but I was prepared to talk to the scientists, I was prepared to listen. And that's where we can benefit from this. So by us actually reaching out to the scientists to ask the questions that we want answers to, the scientists will be more than willing to come back. They mightn't give it to us in a language that we understand, but if they're prepared to sit down and have the cup of coffee, we can explain to them that we don't understand that, explain it to us again until we actually understand it in a form that is understandable to us, and then we can say, well, that won't work in my constituency because of, and let them come back with a solution. That's what scientists are good at. Let them come back with the answer to it. So I think what we want to see from this conference is a toolkit being developed that can assist parliamentarians engaging with scientists, and scientists engaging with parliamentarians, but also a web location where parliamentarians can go. They can see what's happening in other parts of the world, how science is being practically applied to address water issues in different countries, and would those scientists be prepared to come and work with the people in Burkina Faso to solve a unique problem that they have using the tools that have been developed in France, in Ireland, in Egypt, wherever that may be. That's what I want to see out of this. Thank you.
I agree with all of the above, but I also think that we don't have to wait for that to happen. It's also possible to just get started with local education and awareness programs and trying to encourage local water forums to start looking at water quality. Obviously the two work together, but don't wait for somebody else to provide the toolbox for you. If you want to do something at a national level and encourage people to start caring about their environment and their water quality, it's not difficult. It requires an awareness campaign, an education campaign, getting the schools involved, ideally policy to support it so that there is some kind of structure around it, and maybe some legitimizing law, as Mokhtar said. Yeah, what do you? Yeah.
I think there's an add-on to that.
Yeah. Okay.
I actually think that's brilliant. You're right. It doesn't take time to do that. But I'm going to put another suggestion here now. And Maureen, I can see the colour draining out of her face at the moment in relation to this. But one thing that would really help our colleagues for Burkina Faso or anywhere else is, how about peer-to-peer pairing? So you take a member of parliament from a country that has a water problem and pair them with a member of parliament who has already dealt with some of these problems in another country, so that they can actually share understanding, share that engagement that can happen very quickly on the ground in constituencies, or give them the tools to raise this in Parliament to start that process tomorrow morning rather than waiting down the road. And I think it would complement what you're suggesting.
Just a quick question there, though, Dennis. Is anybody else apart from you practiced at this? Because you're going to end up peer-to-peering with everybody if not careful.
Absolutely. As I say, there's a colleague of mine in the Irish Parliament that's doing this in terms of accountability, and they have a network of parliamentarians all across Europe that work with parliamentarians in Africa, in particular, in terms of giving them the tools to hold government to account. And I have no doubt that, the capacity is there within the IPU to put that offer out there to very experienced members of Parliament who would be willing to contribute some of their knowledge to the benefit of others, not just their own constituents, but constituents in other parts of the world.
I think also that it wouldn't take a long time to develop an awareness campaign that could be replicated, and that would be a really good starting point for education and awareness in the different countries.
And I think Sean articulated it very well here yesterday. The very simple question we can all do when we go to communities that we represent or into schools. Ask them, where does that drop of water that comes from the sky that lands on your head, where does it finish up? That in itself, to start that discussion, would be a very positive first step for all of us as educators as well as representatives.
Okay, so I have another question for you then. The very high-tech looking thing with the visors, obviously not everyone's going to have the visors, but is that program available online, so you can just go to it in your school if you've got access to the internet and have a play with it to say okay? And does it work in places other than Ireland, or is it just like a simulation of a place somewhere?
No, it's a virtual simulation of a place, but all of the material that's there is available on that website, that EU website. Yeah.
So what you were saying about putting together a toolkit actually could be a collection of things such as that, such as an awareness campaign, such as a few little bits and pieces that could be used very low cost for parliamentarians in countries like Burkina Faso to go out and start the process. Obviously we'd need to translate it, or they could translate it, but we need to
yeah, and look, some of that material can be applied because, the geological issues that are in Ireland in terms of groundwater, the geology is quite similar in the Sahel as well, underground, because a lot of it's limestone. I know in the Lebanon, and it's a photograph I have on the slide deck, and you would think you're in Ireland looking at parts of the Lebanon. So the geology is quite similar in many of these parts, regardless of whether there's a lot of rain or very little rain.
And one last thing, if you have existing environmental organizations or youth organizations in your countries that you think would like to set up a local water forum, then get in touch with me, because I can maybe help them through the WWQA to get started, which is another route.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to have one last quick intervention from Mr. Tavanan, and then we are off to go for a break. Please, Mr. Tavanan.
Thanks a lot, very quickly, and maybe it's not really a question but a remark. I had many questions and remarks on your presentation, but just about the discussion about the scientists, because as a scientist I was a bit shocked by what I heard before, and I see that it's coming back about the role. I mean, as a scientist, scientists don't have to come with solutions. I mean, from a scientist point of view, that's the policymaker who have to provide the solution, and the parliamentarian who have to vote the adapted law. The role of the scientist, and you clearly show it with your example, is to run a lab, to develop some methodology, to explain you, we have found this pesticide, there is this limit of detection, of quantification, so it's above the norm, and then it should be the politician who say, okay, we have to take action against that, and we will vote to protect this river basin. And because it seems that it's coming back and back again, and the best example is with climate change. I mean, scientists are explaining, and it's much harder to work on CO2 that we can see, and they are providing evidence since decades that the greenhouse gas is increasing, and there is no action. And it's not because of the scientists. I mean, they cannot be blamed for that. It's so obvious, and it's an example that we all know. So I don't think that we should blame them. I don't think that you should invite them for coffee, but like it is done in many parliamentarians now, they invite scientists to build your capacity, They don't have, as it was repeated many times, to learn your language. You have to learn the language because you have to vote some adapted laws, so that you have to learn what is methane, what is CO2, you know, what is a pesticide, because the law have to be then enacted and responding to the problems that we have. So I don't think, and maybe Amanda was right, that we can wait or you know, jeter la pierre, we say in French, each other, but you have to use their evidence, their proof, to find the solution. And it's true that we see now these last weeks, many IPCC members are becoming activists. And for me, engaged, as you say, for me, it's not their role, but they are doing that because they don't see any political action, and we are living quite a drama regarding climate change. Thank you.
Yeah, I vehemently disagree with you, and I could spend the rest of the day arguing with you in relation to it. Scientists have an ethical responsibility to communicate their message in a language that is understandable by citizens. They are paid by the public purse, and they have a legal responsibility to disseminate their information outside of the academic literature. And the difficulty is, the scientists were blue in the face telling us we needed to close down our power stations. But no one took the decision. But actually the person that took the decision was the minister that was going to lose most by making the announcement, because I was prepared to engage with the scientists and find out what the solutions were. The scientists didn't come to me with the solutions. They should have. And if the scientists had bothered to come to my predecessors, we'd have shut those plants down 10 years previous. But they didn't, because they weren't prepared to come. They were too interested in remaining in the ivory towers, lecturing and tut-tutting for it not happening, rather than giving practical solutions. And that's what needs to happen. We need to have that level of engagement and that interaction if we're going to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dennis, and thank you everyone for your attention. We're going to have a 15 minutes break now. Thank you. You may proceed to coffee.
spend a few minutes and with his memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the noble strive of science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
One. This is the Torch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Torch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school.
Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo Bộ Khoa học Công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Bình Định, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình thổi tung ngọn lửa khoa học cho thế giới hôm nay và mai sau.
scientists memorized the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science, and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
One, this is the Torch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Torch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo của khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình thổi bừng ngọn lửa khoa học cho thế giới hôm nay và mai sau.
reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
One. This is the touch of knowledge. Please a big hand for the touch of knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ
first World Science event reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
One. This is the Torch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Torch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo của khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình của tuần hoàn khoa học cho thế giới hôm nay và mai sau.
December 2022. Basically, it was the base of this meeting. It was a meeting of technicals of the Secretariat of Parliaments where we were discussing all the elements. You are going to receive this QR code. When you enter in the link, you are going to have all the lectures that we already been given and taken in CERN. And with everything, you can even access it. Either you can read the article itself, you can read the lecture, or you can listen to it. You can listen to it in its original format or in its AI format. So it's very simple. You can put it in your phone. You have the index, they have all the subjects. Listen to them. It will give you an introduction of the parliamentary work. It will give you an introduction of water, science, big science, all the elements. What we are going to do now and what we are doing now here is that we are going to complete this report. The target is to have the first parliamentary report on water. The final target after here is how are we going to take those conclusions? Do we need a global parliamentary meeting focusing on water security and food insecurity? What can we do later on? That will be the next steps, which will be in the end of this of our meeting today, and we are going to count on the president of the working group on science to guide us in what will be the next steps. So I am very happy about this. We have it in English and in French. We have it in audio, we have it written, and then later on, not that far, we're going to make it in Arabic. So basically, you're going to have a QR code, a link for information, so the parliamentary community can be empowered. Everybody can read and can listen to this in his own language. We're trying to, in October, we're trying to start the Latin version of this guide. After we finish here, we are going to make the same, and we are going to add it on the previous work. So thank you very much. And today's this session is very special, and it's unique. And I would like to present the speakers and panelists today. But on my left-hand side, we are talking about UNODC. UNODC is a very old partner to the IPU. We started our relation with UNODC in 2014, and it was only on counterterrorism. And then came a brilliant idea: how can we sustain the work that we are doing in countering terrorism? At that time, the director of UNODC was Mr. Filatov. He was having a real close cooperation together, and then we discovered that the only way that we can keep our information and we can have a momentum for working and countering terrorism is to start making a bank, a legislation bank. And here comes the role of UNODC. They have Sherlock. Sherlock for us is extremely important because it is the data bank of all legislations regarding countering terrorism. So for us, we are going to do the same regarding water. From our part, the first panelist will talk about the bank, Sherlock, and the work that they are doing, and to see how can we benefit from them in our work in water. And on my right-hand side is Dr. Karim. He is the head of the Parliamentary Institute of the Arab Parliament. Basically, he is extremely professional in taking ideas and turn them to legislations. So Dr. Karim is helping the Arab Parliament, is trying to get what we have here and to try to give it to the parliamentarians from the Arab parliaments. We have 22 Arab parliament. Probably we are having, how many parliamentarians we have in the Arab parliaments? 88 parliamentarians in the Arab parliament representing the 22 countries. So whatever we are going to discuss here, it will be taken directly to the geopolitical group or the Arab Parliament and the Arab parliaments themselves. So without much more introduction, I would like to give the floor to our first panelist, and we hope that from what we are going to listen from him, my colleagues we will start building our own bank for water. So thank you very much. The floor is yours, Colin. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Mokhtar, and thank you to the IPU for the invitation to come here to speak to you at this conference. My name is Colin Craig. I'm an Associate Legal Officer with UNODC. I'm not a scientist. Science or water is not my area, but we work in the area of knowledge management. That's one of our key pillars of our work, and hopefully in discussing a little bit of our experience of knowledge management today, there can perhaps be some lessons learned or some inspiration drawn from that, and that it may represent, to some extent, a model that could be drawn upon for the work on water. So what is knowledge management all about? I wanted to include a slide on this last night when I was finalizing my presentation, and I thought to look for an academic definition of what knowledge management is. So I went to Google Scholar to see what the most cited publication was, someone who's synthesized the literature to come up with a good definition of what knowledge management is. And actually I had something kind of funny that happened, and I'm telling you it's true. You can choose whether to believe me or not. But I got my answer from the homepage of Google Scholar without even running the search, because on Google Scholar, underneath the search bar, it says, "Stand on the shoulders of giants." And I thought that's incredible. I don't actually need to go any further than that to talk about the importance of knowledge management. This quote, which I think it comes before Isaac Newton, but it is often attributed to him. He perhaps popularized it when he said that if I have seen further than others, it is because I stand on the shoulders of giants. And I think in that respect, there's a commonality between science and law, in that we build upon the achievements of our predecessors, and that there is a lot of knowledge that is handed down, and it's important to make sure that knowledge is handed down so that we can build upon that. And so that's really the theme of my presentation today. In terms of difficulties with knowledge management, so I'm going to present a little bit on a tool that we use as a solution for dealing with some of these difficulties, but to set the scene in discussing these difficulties themselves. There are obviously knowledge management difficulties in various fields, but when it comes to legislation, one of the big challenges is that in many countries it's difficult to access digital copies of their laws. In some countries, it's difficult to access any copies of their laws, and you really need somebody who is on the ground in the country, that you can get to go to the parliament or go to a parliamentary library to get a copy of a law for you to be able to see that. That's a challenge. If laws are available online, perhaps they're available on third-party websites. You may be unsure about the authenticity of those laws. They may also be out of date. They may not incorporate amendments. The country may not put together compilations of amended laws. Or you may have difficulties finding all of the amending acts. And these difficulties are even more pronounced in least developed countries and regions, which is a difficulty then if you're wanting to look for practice from a neighbor perhaps, that you may have even more difficulty in finding those laws. This is all not to mention the language barriers as well. So the results of all this for legislative drafting, I mean, this poses issues for a number of different actors. I mean, not least of those who wish to follow the law if they can't identify what the law is. But in terms of legislative drafting specifically, it poses difficulties in identifying best practice, and particularly best practice that's relevant to your region and to your legal system. And it means that if countries are developing laws not really being sure of the approaches that have been taken by other countries and why, it means that they may fail to adopt best practices, or at best they may reinvent the wheel, coming up with a solution independently that someone has already come up with, and perhaps wasting some time in doing that. So I'll now move on to a demonstration of Sherlock, which is UNODC's knowledge management portal for legal resources, because I think that showing it is a much better way of illustrating its use to each of you than just telling you about it. So I'll give a short demonstration and then I'll return to my slides to kind of synthesize some of the lessons from our experience. Okay, so you can see on screen the homepage of Sherlock. It's available at sherlock.unodc.org. That is Sherlock without a K, unlike Sherlock Holmes. And it stands for Sharing Electronic Resources and Laws on Crime. It's a little bit of a stretch, but we're fond of the name. It's available in each of the 6 UN languages. That doesn't mean that all the resources are available in those languages, but the website itself is available in those languages. And then on the homepage, you can see the various databases that are included on this knowledge management portal. It's not just one database, it's a collection of databases. These include a legislation database, a database of case law, treaties, strategies, a bibliographic database of academic and other publications. And then also we have what's called the CNA directory, which is a restricted access part of Sherlock. It is a directory of competent national authorities involved in international cooperation. It's a kind of a platform that allows them to find out who their counterparts are in other countries so that they can make requests for international cooperation to them directly. But I'll be focusing really on the legislation database today because I understand that that is what the IPU is particularly interested in relation to the area of water. So on the database of legislation, there are several different ways that you can browse the information that's there. You can browse by searching by keyword. You can also browse by country. And then we have a few other tabs that give you other options for how you browse. So you can browse by articles of UNTOC, which is the Organized Crime Convention. The full name is the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime. So you can browse the resources on Sherlock, in particular legislation. You can browse that by the articles of the Organized Crime Convention that the piece of legislation implement. You can also browse by crime type. So Mokhtar mentioned terrorism, which was not initially an inclusion on Sherlock when Sherlock was first launched, but the chief of our terrorism prevention branch, Masood, who Mokhtar has worked with, has been a very strong advocate of knowledge management and has been very supportive in including all these resources on Sherlock, and now terrorism is one of the biggest crime types that we have there, but we have a number of other crime types there too. We also have a tab on cross-cutting issues, which are really issues that are not specific to one type of crime type, but apply to many of them. So things like investigation procedure, provisions relating to victims and witnesses, and so on. And that's really one of the benefits of having this portal, is that you can see these commonalities, you can see these linkages between legislation in different areas. You can see the ways that these issues kind of cut across, and you can learn from experiences in perhaps slightly different areas of law. But to demonstrate, I'll just take you to the UNTOC Articles tab, and we'll look at Article 10, which is on liability of legal persons. So that legal persons, for those who don't know, are principally companies. So they are, unlike us, who are natural persons, they are people who have a kind of a fictitious legal personality. And the Organized Crime Convention requires countries to establish some form of liability for these people. This is all background, you don't need to know this as water experts. But as an example, you can see that we have it says 362 pieces of legislation. A better term might actually be extracts of legislation, because what Sherlock offers is not just the laws themselves, but annotated, analyzed extracts of those laws. So if you're wanting to find a provision on liability of legal persons from a country, you don't need to read through their entire criminal code. you get taken directly to the relevant provisions on this, which is really handy for people who don't have the time to do that research or perhaps aren't experienced in doing that. So we have these pieces of legislation. On the left, you can see that we have legislation from 128 countries on this issue. So I'll just leave the demonstration at that for the moment in the interest of time, although if we have any questions about it later, I can come back and show you more of the portal. But I'll get back to the presentation and try to talk a little bit about who our users are and the value of Sherlock for us and for other stakeholders. So this year we're on track for having about 368,000 hits. We also do regular surveys of our users to find out who they are, and they're a pretty diverse bunch of people. They include academics, students, prosecutors, judges, other legal practitioners, people working in law enforcement, policymakers, legislative drafters, people in NGOs and civil society, and other fields as well. But what is perhaps, in my opinion, of particular interest to the discussion here is how does Sherlock fit into the rest of our work? This is not an isolated project. This is not something that sits in a silo from the rest of the work that we do. Under the program that I work for is the program on the implementation of the Organized Crime Convention. So an example of that is our tools development. So in recent years, we've been quite busy developing a number of legislative guides on crimes that affect the environment, including wildlife crime, waste trafficking, illegal mining and trafficking in metals and minerals, and most recently, crimes in the fisheries sector. And we rely on Sherlock for developing these. So I can show you an example of that. I'll take you back to the website. On the website, you can also access publications that we have published. So under tools, we can access this legislative guide on waste. So I will bring that one up for you in English. So navigating through this on the left here, if we go to the section of the guide that talks about approaches for liability of legal persons, here we have a lot of commentary, similar to some of the work that UN Water has done in terms of their publications. We try and address the fundamental principles for legislators so that they understand it's not just about an exact set of language, it's about the key ideas that you bring to the table in your legislation. And we have a lot of discussion here, commentary. We also have a model provision which has been drafted by experts in our expert group meetings on the topic. But in addition to that, we also have a number of examples that we have included, either through research undertaken for the specific publication or through things that we had already on Sherlock available prior to even starting work on the publication. So here, in terms of approaches for liability of legal persons, we have an example on screen from Singapore. We have an example from Italy, from the UK, from Tuvalu, Romania, and China. So I think we have about 6 examples all up. We don't always include so many, but in this case, there's a lot of diversity in the legal approaches taken by countries, so it was useful to include so many examples in this publication. And we tried to always represent different legal systems. So we have common law, civil law legal systems, and also representing the different regions of the world and having legislation from different regional approaches. Then we use these guides also in our legislative and technical assistance activities. So just some photos on screen are from some workshops that we've done. We do regional workshops to teach about the guides that we've developed, and we also do national workshops where we work with legislative drafters and other relevant stakeholders to help them draft more robust legal frameworks on these topics. So in terms of trying to represent all of this in a model that perhaps conveys this to you, and you can see that the ways that these different parts link to each other. I came up with this. Perhaps it's useful for you. We have our database of legislation. It feeds into our legislative guides, and it also then feeds into the laws and regulations that are developed pursuant to these legislative guides. At the same time, there's a process that happens in the reverse. As new laws are developed, incorporating new best practice, these are also added back onto Sherlock. These are incorporated in new legislative guides, updated versions of previous legislative guides. So all of these parts really work harmoniously with each other, and they work in both directions, which I think is really cool. And then just in terms of the, from a program management perspective, I've on the right in the blue, I've mentioned what these outputs are. On the left is more kind of your areas of work, which could be of relevance to a parliamentary network on water. You have your knowledge management, your tools development, and then your legislative assistance, and each of these components work well together. So just to wrap up my presentation, I won't go through this slide very much in detail, but if this is a path that the IPU would like to go down in terms of establishing a knowledge management portal, or at least a legislative database on water, myself and my colleagues in Vienna have done some brainstorming, and we've identified what we think are 5 of the most important considerations in developing such a portal for you to think about. And I'll go through these only briefly. Perhaps we can pick them up in the discussion time later on if anybody is interested in going into them further. The first is that you need long-term funding. A legal database is not a one-off project. You can't just have an initial funding for it and then forget about it. You need money to keep the servers running. You need money to have people who continue to upload legislation to the website. So this is stuff that you need to think about long term. If you have money for the database for a few years and then it disappears, then what value did that provide to people in the long run? That's something that needs to be thought about. And then also related to that a little bit is the what's the right scope for you? What do you want to cover? What can you cover? What do you have the capacity to cover? And as you grow, are you able to scale to keep up with your growth and to grow sustainably? Your technical choices, which might be a little bit too technical for this forum, but it's worth flagging. Who develops the website, the content management system that they use. These things are important to think about from the beginning because they can lock you in to some extent in the future and be difficult to change, and can kind of limit the directions you can go in the future. And then finally, the last 2 points relate a little bit to my previous slides. Where do you get your materials from? How do you keep them up to date? That's a really important thing to think about. And then also, where will your data be used? What's your theory of change? Why are we going to this effort of bringing together these materials? Where do we see this going in the future? So I'll leave it at that. Thank you all very much for your presentation. It's been a real pleasure to speak to you here today.
Colin, thank you very much for Sherlock. The idea of Sherlock for us here, because we would like and we will do the same for water legislations. What we are providing now is that what we are going to do in cooperation with UNODC, how can we make our data bank, our legislation bank, where we can have the good practices, where we can come up with a model legislation, where we can put here also the references for the Water Convention, for all the work, all the related, the multilateral related matters for water. Sherlock is very important for our work as Interparliamentary Union. I started to see lots of parliamentarians going back to Sherlock. I'm very happy to announce that there are 3 countries started to make new model legislations for them, new legislations for them regarding countering terrorism and human trafficking and money laundering based on Sherlock. It is one of the most successful projects of United Nations. When we talked about the United Nations, I can say, my opinion, but I can say a wonderful opinion and wonderful experience with UNODC. Since our start, we've never seen the bureaucracy, we've seen the proactive. And Sherlock for us, again, this is the model that we are presenting because we are going to change it to be the first model for legislations for water. So now I open the floor for any questions, and I start by His Excellency Dennis, the President of the Working Group on Science.
Thanks, Mokhtar, and thanks, Colin, for your presentation. I think this is really impressive. And let me say that on a very practical level, I have used legislation in other parliaments and adapted it to meet my own needs in drafting legislation, my own parliament, and then published in my own name and got some of the legislation enacted. So I think it's a huge resource that is there in actually using other legislation in other parliaments as a template to reform legislation in your own parliament. And having it in the whole area of crime is a brilliant resource to have. And I think if we could have one in water, I think it would be a phenomenal outcome from this conference. I have a couple of questions though. The first one is, you did a survey in relation to users, and I noticed that you use this broad term, policymakers. So policymakers are civil servants, ministers and parliamentarians. Have you any breakdown of it? Because there is a perception there that if you speak to a policymaker, a civil servant, you've spoken to Parliament and ministers and government and everyone is on board. That's the first question. The second one then is you're saying that you can break this down on a common law and a civil law system, which I think is important because a lot of our parliaments are designed on some of the mother parliaments, and having it broken down by that would make it more feasible, but it doesn't seem to be across the top of your ribbon where you can actually select by those. Is that the question? Or is that the case? And just the third question then, in terms of model provision. We have found in Ireland, we have an organisation called the Law Reform Commission that independently produce reports on where there needs to be reform within our laws. And it produced big pieces of documents and reports, but very little got implemented. However, what they've started to do in the last decade is they've also published in tandem the model legislation. And since they've started to take that approach, a significant amount of the legislation has been enacted. So I think that's a good provision that you're now introducing or using in your reports. But my question is, do you compile those type of model legislations from other parliaments? So we're doing it in Ireland. I'm sure there are other countries that are doing it. It may not be enacted law, but it may be proposed law coming from a statutory body. And is that included in your resource? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mokhtar. Thank you very much for each of those very pertinent questions. I'll answer each of them in order. The first one about policymakers, it's a good question. We don't actually break it down further within policymakers. I can tell you though that we recently launched the most recent edition of the survey last Friday. I checked yesterday, we've only got one response yet. So it's perhaps not too late for us to amend that. So if you have any suggestions on breaking that down further, the categories that you would be interested in getting data on, we could potentially tweak that before people fill it out more. So yeah, let's circle back on that one. In terms of breakdown by legal system, that's not a feature that we have on Sherlock. Previously, I have used, and I forget the exact website, I believe it was a university based in Quebec that had done a mapping of countries by legal system. And of course, sometimes it gets a little bit complicated. You have the US, for example, which has, I think, Louisiana, which is the state that's based on the civil law system, whereas the vast majority of the rest of them are based on common law. And then Quebec is, I guess, another good example of that. Sometimes it can get a bit complicated, so that perhaps that's the reason why it hasn't been done on Sherlock already. Yeah, I mean, it could be something that we could look at implementing a filter based on that. And perhaps there might be some edge cases that would be difficult, but for the majority of countries, might still be something that you could get useful data from. With regard to the last one, compiling model legislation, we use it sometimes in our publications. Not so much, on Sherlock itself, although I will get to that. We use it. We draw upon existing, model legislation when we develop our own model provisions. But it is something that would be relevant to, for example, the bibliographic database. So in that database, we have academic publications, but we also have publications from relevant organizations, whether they be NGOs, other international organizations, or it could be government, state organizations. To the extent that this model legislation is linked with strategies, it could also be relevant to our strategies database. So I've focused on the legislative aspect, but in our work, the two big pillars are legislation and strategies. So we also look at the broader policy, and that's kind of been a big expansion of our work in recent years. So thank you for the questions.
Amanda, and I have to say that Amanda was supposed to be with us here, but I discovered that we are really giving her a hard time coming on the podium. So basically, Amanda I will just introduce, Amanda was the first to work with us regarding the building networks on water. So the floor is yours, Amanda, please.
Oh, my pleasure. Yeah, hi. I just wanted to give some perspectives and some thoughts on the water databases that you're talking about. First of all, I wanted to say, having managed a legal database in the past in my previous job, I know how difficult it is to keep it up to date, because laws change all the time. So it's not enough to, it takes a while to go through all the countries, and then you start again, and they're always out of date. So one of the ways that we manage it now in our organization is we do a country study looking at everything in that country that's up to date at that point in time, and then we move on to another one. So we have on our website, we no longer have a database as such. We have country reports according to a date, but ours are slightly different in that we're pulling out just the water law relevant to the human rights to water, sanitation and the healthy environment, which is most of the water law, to be fair, but we're not doing the same thing. So we're not just saying these are the water laws in the country, we're looking at them to see how they've interpreted the human rights. So it's an analysis and a framework of the law as well, which is why it's difficult to keep up to date with everything. So I'm just thinking, in terms of your water database, have a think about how you want to do it, because I actually quite like the way that you've done Sherlock, and that it's very easy to find things, but the amount of effort that needs to go into that to keep it up to speed or up to date is enormous. So we had somebody working on it full time, and it wasn't enough. You need people who are able to find the laws as well, and as you say, they're not online and they're not necessarily for the general public to see. So quite difficult. We've had a project running at the moment in Trifino in Central America, trying to find local policy in countries like Guatemala and Honduras. You actually have to send somebody there to knock on doors and get the legislation. So it isn't necessarily easy. So good luck with that. The other thing I was going to mention is that the FAO have a water legal database. I'm not sure if you're aware of it. It's called Aqualex. Now, I'm not convinced it's up to date either, but it was at the time we were running ours, we were kind of covering the same ground. So it's worth having a look at theirs and seeing how they're doing it, and see whether that could be improved, or whether you should even partner with them on that, because there is clearly already something there that needs to be considered when you're doing the water database. So those are my thoughts on that. Thank you. We can talk about it offline.
Yeah, if I could just react to that, I think that those are really relevant points, and I think that it is important to be from the beginning very sober about the challenge of keeping things up to date. And that's one of the things I had in mind when I was talking about project scope and sustainable growth, to set yourself targets that you will be able to meet, and not set yourself targets that you won't be able to meet. I think that's really important. So those are really pertinent remarks. In terms of what UNODC does to keep Sherlock up to date and could also be of relevance to the IPU, we leverage our institutional position and our networks, particularly the permanent missions in Vienna, permanent missions to the United Nations there. So we harass them about twice a year with notes verbal, requesting legislation from them, and we usually, we have a proportion of those countries that respond. Most of them don't, but it's an ongoing process of reminding them that we exist, reminding them to send us legislation. That's one thing that we do. We've also establish a network of focal points within countries, within ministries, because sometimes, going through the permanent missions, you may not, reach the capital, or the communication from them may not reach back to you. So we do that as well. And the IPU, like the UN, is institutionally well placed to have these networks of people to leverage. And then also, as I mentioned, we rely upon our own research as well, our own publications. When we're working on a publication, we have a consultant that does a lot of research. That all gets fed back to Sherlock as well. So some more food for thought.
So, Colin, thank you very much. Now we are going to turn to Dr. Karim. And I'm going to give him the floor. I'm very happy that he came specially all the way from Egypt just to tell us about the experience and how can we take this, how can we turn this to a real process. It's nice to talk about theories, but I believe that Karim is the one who can make this theory applied. So it is the application on reality for parliamentarians. So the floor is yours, Karim. And I would like to thank him that he's going to speak in English. I'm really happy for this. His language is Arabic and a little French, but we will listen to him. Thank you. Thank you, Karim.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Mukhtar Omar, and thanks IPU for giving me this chance. I am proud to participate in this workshop about parliamentary network on water. I will concern about how to enhance Arab MPs' capacity to actively engage in water issue. All of us know it's a global crisis for sure, but what can we do about it? Everybody must be concerned with the future of water supplies and food security. Yet, the magnitude of this crisis and its dynamic vary across country and region. For example, water shortage is more actual in Middle East than in Far Eastern country. What does this mean for us? It means that this crisis is not easy to end. Rather, we have to manage it wisely. As I speak with Ambassador Mukhtar, we want to work in two parallel things. First one, the development, how can use science to development the water. other one to prevent any crisis or conflict, maybe because about water. How so? By cooperation and coordination. Policy by science, our effort to cooperate and coordinate can be successful only if we adopted objective policy, that is to say, if we think scientific. What does science say about that? Any genius change in policy required will will and commitment. Science and experience also tell us that political will is not slogan, but it is an indicator to measure and strength. Political will relies on three major foundations: knowledge, wellness, and ability. Knowledge. Question: how much do Arab parliamentarians know about water issue? For example, national water source, national policy on food security, regional challenges, global debate on water crisis, and food shortage. We don't have evidence, but estimated that and insider best guess, I would say that Arab MPs know little, if any, on global debate and effort regarding to water and food security. Perhaps the war in Ukraine and rise in food prices gave an alarm, but did it encourage Arab parliamentarians to deal with these challenges. Therefore, we see that water and food policy across Arab government vary greatly, and Arab parliamentarians as well are much self-enclosed in local day-to-day demand without taking in consideration the bigger picture. That said, we need to sensitize Arab MPs to inform them about issue more intimately. Wellness, the second thing is wellness. How can we encourage Arab MPs to deal with water and food security issue at the national level as well as global? Science tells us that wellness goes alongside with institution environment and individual capacity. For institution environment, we need to examine parliamentarian setting in each country and identifying tools available for members to deal with this issue. For example, a standing committee, staff assisting member with information and analysis, data available for member, interaction between parliament and government. For individual elements, exchange of experience does help a lot to enhance member capacity regarding policy making, that is like round table, study tours, and expert presentation. The second thing is the ability. The ability of Arab Parliament to influence water and food policy is not fairly tested yet, at least at regional level. It means that there are cases where one member or group of members could seriously impact and change public policy, for example, in finance or social service sector. But we don't have enough evidence to judge the ability of Arab Parliament to affect public policy on water and food security. Therefore, I believe that the experience of self-assessment tools would help identify the entry point in each country and know where change can be achieved. Legislative approach. In addition to its oversight function, the mandate of Parliament has an important role in legislation. Also, the public policy based on legislation. The challenge, as I see, it is that lawmakers need to learn from other experience in water and food security. As Mr. Danish said, that he returned to other legislation, so it's that change experience is very important. Hence, legislation data bank is vital, so it's important to start from now, especially in water, and translation best practice into Arabic, as well as customize them into national context are utmost important. Recommendation, that I will say 2 or 3 recommendations. First one, that's global hub and regional portal. that's like Sherlock. We can use this hub for networking between parliamentarians with science and experts. We use it as a legislation data bank. We can put success story. Also, we can use AI scenarios about the future of food and water management. Another thing is parliamentary campaign. We have around 47 or 48 MPs around the world, and we can to reach all of them through IPU. It's important to start a campaign. Also ask Parliament to do any activity about water security to awareness, and we can make competition between Parliament. We can think about, we have to capacity building for staff and empowerment for parliamentarians, put model legislation, awareness, prevent parliamentary diplomacy, interactive toolkits. This is something we can think about. How we can do that? Let's brainstorm and work together. Thank you.
I have to admit I'm very happy because it was a surprise for Dr. Karim that we don't have an Arabic translation or interpretation, and he told me that he doesn't speak English, but apparently he spoke and he speaks, and what he provides us is a roadmap of implementation. The only thing that I don't really agree with is the AI use. I always feel a kind of just having AI in things, it's like on vogue now, but we don't know the magnitude. So I believe until we know what is there, we can work on what we really know, the potentials that we really know. Thank you very much, Dr. Karim. I would like to say that the Arab Parliament is our partner in an application for countering terrorism. We have an application for countering terrorism. All we have in this application, all the activities, the conferences, a way that we can communicate together. Also, we have a link for Sherlock. We have a link for all the work of the IPU. Dr. Karim is working with us on that field. We are going to announce the application in the coming assembly in Luanda, inshallah. So the floor is open for any question. Zambia.
Hello. Hello. Yeah, maybe not a question, but just a comment, because I think the issues that Dr. Karim is mentioning are probably more serious in developing countries like Zambia, for example, because the issues of awareness of climate change and the impact on the ecosystem, on the water quality and quantities, these are some of the challenges that our people, especially some of us who are MPs who interact with a certain section of our constituencies which are very rural. These kind of issues are very foreign to them. So it's very important that probably as IPU, you can pay special attention to that, and also probably the issue of partnering. I was talking to Dennis during break about my constituents, for example. We have tried, we have what we call the Zambezi wetland, which is probably the third largest wetland in Africa. We've been trying for the probably last 7-8 years now, because it has been earmarked to be a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And we've been failing because we are not able to, there's a lot of suspicions between the local people and the kingdom that's overseeing that and the government. So there's a lot of friction in between, so that we are not able to come together and agree that this beautiful ecosystem, which is very large in Africa, can be declared a World UNESCO Heritage Site. So that's why I'm saying it's very important that we network and look at entry points, as Dr. Karim has put it, so that we can package our message correctly to some of these target groups or constituencies. I think that was just a comment I wanted to make. And also the issue of infrastructure and project financing. That's why it's very important that organizations like IPU can help members of parliament from these countries to identify certain financial partners like Irish Aid. That's why I was talking to Dennis, and other people who can help us in the awareness, because governments sometimes, the local governments, the central governments, sometimes they have the money to do these things, but we lack the expertise to help us manage the process. So when you have international finance who come and partner with MPs to roll out the awareness kind of and provide the tools, it becomes easier even for central governments now to implement those kinds of programs. I think that's what a brief comment I wanted to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Dennis, please.
Karim, thank you for your presentation. I think you've made our job much easier in the afternoon. I think you've clearly set out a roadmap for us in where we should be going, and thank you most sincerely for that. And I do appreciate and I understand the particular and unique challenges that you have in many of your Arabic states at the moment in terms of building capacity. And, you know, it is an issue in some African states, and I've been involved many years ago in helping to build capacity in some parliaments. But it's probably, there's more opportunities today to build that capacity very quickly than was there 10 years ago, 20 years ago. One, because of technology, but two, and we were talking about it earlier on in Wavan and the SDGs. I think the SDGs give a renewed opportunity now for us to look at these problems in a very different context. So it's not just about water security, it's not just about food security, but it's the climate context of that, the long-term sustainability of the agricultural models, and we have to take a whole approach in relation to it, and I think the SDGs provide us with a roadmap with regard to that. And I think Oliver is correct. It's not all about money. In fact, money can be a problem in some cases because that money comes with conditions rather than actually building capacity that the people locally, the MPs, make the decisions about what should happen, where it should happen, and how it should happen. And then the funding comes in to support that rather than the other way around. But my question to you is, on the plan that you have there, over the next 6 months, our working group are going to an implementation phase in relation to this. Where would we start? From an IPU perspective, in relation to that blueprint, and I think we should implement that blueprint, including the AI, which is very important because there's a huge gap in information there at the moment, some of which we can never generate. But using AI, using experience elsewhere, we can apply it based on the measurements we have today to give some projection modelling, and only AI can help us in relation to that. But where would you start to progress this? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. I think we have to start from the survey. When I asked what the MPs know about this issue, about science, about water, so we need to know where are we. Then we can put the roadmap. Also, we have to work from now on the website or the database. It will take a lot of time, and I think we can trying to put the water security with the application of counter-terrorism. It will be a good idea to do. Thank you.
So basically, it's the survey, it is the legislation data bank. But I would like to ask you and your honorable colleagues, I believe that for me, we have to prepare, in order to have the world attention, we have to prepare for a specific global conference on water security and food insecurity. We've been talking about water since 2016. Yes, when we started in 2016, to be very frank, we used science as an umbrella. I didn't really mean it. I was trying to find any justification to bring conflicting parties together. And the neutrality of science provided that platform. Probably the only thing that used to unify all the conflicting parties that sitting around the table, from Palestine, Israel, Arabs, Jordan, Gulf countries, Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates, Sudan, all of those. The only thing that they all share, that they didn't know anything about science. They didn't know anything about fundamental science. So they shared the non-knowledge. They were seeking for knowledge. And it's exactly as we're trying to do with water. The question that I'm asking, and I believe that it should be the real question, do we need the world attention for water security and food insecurity? After we see right now with the rise amount of hunger and what you see in extreme measures that really making drought all over, and again the extreme heat waves, do we need a world conference on water? And this is the question that I would like really to ask you all. So thank you very much, and I give the floor to our honorable member from Seychelles, the Vice President of the Committee on Sustainable Development.
Thank you, Ambassador Mukhtar. I would give you a simple answer. I think yes, we need this. And I would like to suggest that we start with the upcoming COP meeting, because I know that they have side meetings for members of parliament in relation to climate change. We can build on that. So I'm proposing that we start from this upcoming COP meeting that will be, I think, held in UAE, yes. So this would be my suggestion, because I know that there is a parliamentary side meeting that takes place. Maybe we should start from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I would like just to give a brief about what is the role of parliamentarians regarding COP. Let me tell you in all honesty, until now, zero. We pay a big amount of money every year. We send a huge amount of parliamentarians. We make a conference. We sit on the sidelines. We talk together, and we are not allowed to come with the big boys. We are not allowed to go to the blue zone or a green zone. We are in our own zone. It became like the target of the IPU or the members just to be there. And this is really frustrating, because you know that the whole thing is not moving. You know, if we talk about 28 COPs and what is the result? Zero. This is the first time in COP28 we said that we need to be listened to. So it's the first time that we are going to the blue zone. It's the first time we are going to attend. Maybe it will be the chance. Maybe we can add to a COP, which is, personally, I see it is just a waste of time. You know, there is no will for solving this part. Climate change, there is no will for solving climate change. Even the portion of science, there is no will to really understand and accept the portion of science. But this coming COP, with cooperation with United Arab Emirates, they said that we will be listened to, we will be heard, and I believe it's a very good idea. I beg I'm really sorry for my honesty, for what I'm saying about the COP and about the work of parliamentarians regarding COP. So I see no other questions. I'm sorry, boss.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, the panelists, for this very important and interesting intervention. I would like to have a suggestion, because it's very good that parliamentarians have access to different databases and we have different hubs. But from experience of 2 decades being a parliamentarian, many parliamentarians are not searching these databases. So I myself do that because I know Sherlock and it's very good for my work, but generally MPs are not doing that. So why don't we try to also target, besides parliamentarians, their assistants, colleagues of parliaments, so that they would help parliamentarians to search these databases. So that would be my suggestion for IPU, because we have connection with, of course, the parliamentary assistants, secretaries of delegations, so they would use these proposed databases more intensively. Thank you very much.
Thank you, really, Honorable Agnes. This is why when we started this Science for Peace School, we started with the Secretariat. In CERN, Honorable Dennis and the previous head of the Middle East Committee, they were there, and the whole rest was secretariats of 25 parliaments. So, because we know that the Secretariat, they are the institution. Parliamentarians, with my all respect, they come and go. But the institution, it is there. Well, they come if they're lucky and elected, and they go, but the memory should be with the Secretariat, so we totally agree. I would like to thank you very much all, and maybe that we are very late for we have another session, which we would like to start it directly in order to go directly to our lunch, if you allow me all. So the other session, and I would like to thank Dr. Karim, and Dr. Karim is working with us all the time. I do something very nice. I have something in mind. I talk to Dr. Karim, I tell him, listen, IPU is thinking about this. What do you think? And I leave him. 2 days, I have a report for 40 pages or something like this. And I use it like an IPU document, because we need all proficiency, as the same that we do with UNODC. I don't remember that I did anything in countering terrorism without taking the advice of UNODC. So I would like to thank them both. Thank you, Dr. Karim. Thank you, Colin. And now we thank you. In brief, until we invite our coming speaker, Marga, I would like to explain what is going on. What is JASDA? You know, when we talk about modeling and anticipation, JASDA is one of the organizations, Geneva-based organization, with a strong outreach. They put the anticipatory approach for science, and we signed an agreement with them. We are working together in many fields. We are sharing even resources. I'm very honored to, and even our Secretary General, he is the science diplomacy moderator, and we are having here with us our colleague and Marga Soler. She is the head of the science diplomacy capacity building, and we are very lucky to have her to take care of the relation between JASDA and IPU. So I would like to give Marga, I see her now, and we are very happy to see you, Marga, here, and the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Mokhtar. I just wanted to check if everybody can see me and hear me okay before I start.
We can hear you.
Okay. Hi, Tasnim. Hi, everyone. Good morning from Geneva. Good afternoon. I guess I am standing between you and lunch. So I'm really, really honored to be here with you. I wish I was there in person, but unfortunately other commitments prevented me to travel to Vietnam. But I look forward to meeting you all in person soon in any part of the world as our travels find us. My name is Marga Gual-Soler. I am the head of science diplomacy capacity building at the Geneva Science and Diplomacy Anticipator. This, as Mokhtar has introduced, is a new organization in Geneva that seeks to bring science and technology anticipation to the world of global governance. And I will try to explain a little bit what that means. And I was early, so I can connect, if you will allow me, my presentation with some of the discussions, the rich discussions that I heard over the past half an hour as I was listening to the previous session. So it really gives me a good context. I will share my screen. Would you please confirm that you can see my screen? Yes. Okay, perfect. So as I was saying, JESDA is what we call a multilateral startup. It is a foundation founded by the government of Switzerland and the city and canton of Geneva to infuse the multilateral system with a renewed appreciation for science and technology. And not only the science and technology of today, but as you were discussing, the science and technology of tomorrow. For example, the direction where generative AI is going and how it can help us tackle issues of water, food security, climate, etc. So I wanted to start with perhaps quoting a famous movie that was in a blockbuster a year ago or so, a couple of years ago, called Don't Look Up. And you might remember that movie if you have seen it, where science was not taken into account for the making decisions about the future of the planet and the future of humanity. And there was this situation where a huge asteroid was coming towards Earth, and scientists were raising the alarm, but society and the media and politicians were kept going as business as usual. And it showed very well the disconnect that we have today between science, politics, and society. And so when I was preparing this presentation with Mokhtar and Tasnim and the IPU team, we said our message should be the opposite. It should be, please look up, please look at what's coming, what science where science is taking us, and how can we use it and anticipate the impact and the benefit of all humanity. And so today I add, not only look up, but also look further. So think about what's going to happen in the world 25 years from now. And I was really pleased to hear Dr. Karim's presentation just now, because he said something very important. Parliamentarians, policymakers are absorbed in their day-to-day demands, and they have very little time and very little bandwidth to think about the future, to think about the issues beyond their immediate day-to-day. And this is exactly why JESDA was created, to provide the information and to provide support and the tools to policymakers around the world to help collect all of the information of where science may be going. What are the impacts of science on diplomacy, on geopolitics, on societal issues, on ethical issues, and then have a methodology and a tool for easily accessible information, as also you were discussing. Where do we get this information? How do we navigate through more and more complex landscape of scientific advances that are moving much faster than policy moves? How do we catch up, and how do we make the most of scientific? How do we make the most of scientific advancements, and also mitigate the unwanted consequences? Because not all scientific advances are used for good, right? And so, how do we discern and how do we steer science and technology towards societal benefit for our countries, but also for our global society? So the key question, the central question at the center of what we do is how do we ensure in this age of unprecedented technological advancement the inclusive global governance of emerging science and technology? And our hypothesis is that while nobody can predict the future, nobody really knows what will happen in 5, 10, 20 years, we have ways of anticipating. And anticipating means having a look at the labs and the research centers of today and asking the researchers, where do you think your science and your field is going in the next 25 years? So this is a methodology that is not strictly a foresight methodology, because we don't work on scenarios, in terms of predicting different scenarios and then choosing which are desirable or not. We are an honest broker. We ask scientists around the world, where do you think the cutting-edge fields are going? Then we collect this information and we make it available to the world for free. And then we help decision makers together, collectively, think about the governance, the future governance of those emerging science and technology issues. Let me give you some examples of why this is necessary. Throughout the previous decades, we have seen repeatedly, over and over, science moving faster than policy, than regulation, than diplomacy. And what we end up with all the time is this reactive approach, where science moves ahead and then policy reacts. And most of the time this is perceived negatively as stopping innovation, as regulation. And how can we change that narrative to say, well, if we would know in advance, and if we would discuss in advance what might be coming in the laboratories around the world, then we wouldn't be confronted with this reactive and this scrambling to agree or to build consensus on whether this technology should be or should not be deployed, where and how, and what are the ethical implications, and what is good for who, and who decides. For example, the questions on genetic engineering, the question of neurotechnology, the questions of now artificial embryos that are very much in trending these days in the news. For example, just yesterday or 2 days ago, the human organ created into a pig embryo, chimera organisms. These are all very fast-moving biomedical and biotechnology advances. And as you were discussing just now, Dr. Karim and the colleagues, we do not have the time, we do not have the resources to always keep up with all of these advances that are coming. So how do we, as parliamentarians, how do we make informed decisions? And how do we know what we don't know, right? So just that tries to bring this compiled information in a way that's digestible, a way that is easy to navigate and to understand very quickly, because we all know that no policymaker has time to read hundreds of pages of papers, of scientific papers. We need to provide this digestible, the information in a way that's digestible and readily accessible. Another example, AI, you were just mentioning the advent of generative AI, and how is this going to transform everything from food security to water to climate change to biomedical research to medicine, drug discovery, everything. Questions on quantum technologies. When quantum technologies are here, quantum computers are here, our entire cyber landscape is going to change. Our entire national security, for example, we will be able to de-encrypt a lot of the classified information that we have right now. Perhaps this is one of the biggest security threats that we will face. Are we prepared for that? Are we prepared for 5 years from now, the advent of quantum computing? Or are we going to have the same reaction as with AI today, where we are scrambling to slow down, to petitions for moratorium? These technologies cannot be stopped once they are deployed into the world. Therefore, this anticipatory governance is the only way that we can make sure we steer the technology in the right direction for all. The other, for example, very interesting area is in climate change. You were talking about COP, Mokhtar, just now. The questions of geoengineering, the questions of modifying our climate and how technology can help, but also how technology can harm if we are not careful in how to deploy. So these are just a few headlines from recent news to illustrate how important it is to have this anticipatory approach. And our thesis at JESBA that we share with our friends in International Geneva and IPU being one of our key partners is that there could not be a global governance, an inclusive governance of science and technology without this anticipatory approach. So the question you're probably asking, okay, that sounds very nice. but how do we do it? What tools, what methodologies we have to provide this anticipatory outlook for parliamentarians around the world. So we have our flagship tool, which is called the JESDA Science Breakthrough Radar. This is an annual report. It's a book. It's a physical book, but also is an online portal. It's completely for free. It's what we call the global public good that is put to the service of policymakers, of scientists, of researchers, of anyone around the world for free. So this report basically collects all of the scientific advances in the horizon of 25 years that have the potential to impact diplomacy, geopolitics, society, and be transformative and disruptive in the way that I described just a few of the examples just now. And the important thing is that those technologies can be huge game changers for positive benefits, for example, for climate mitigation technologies, for biomedical research, for drug discovery. But at the same time, these technologies can also be used for harm. They can be used for military applications. They can be dual uses. For example, if you think about a brain implant, all of these neurotechnology devices now, you can use them perhaps to cure Alzheimer or Parkinson's or dementia. But the same brain mechanism, the same neuroscience can also be used, for example, to manipulate your brain, to read your mind, to hack your thoughts. So all of that tells us that technology can be good towards positive or negative. And it is up to us to anticipate both the good and the bad and make sure we steer it in the right direction. And of course the question is, what is good for who? And what is ethical for who? Not everybody agrees on what's good and what's bad. And that's the challenge of the global governance. But that's why JESDA, being international in Geneva, we are an honest broker. We don't tell countries what to do. We don't say this is good or bad. We say this is the science that's coming, and here are the options on the table on how it can be deployed. And then stakeholders together can decide on its collective governance. Here you can see this wheel. We call it the Science Anticipation Index. And it is an index, meaning that you have all of these topics. We have 5 platforms: quantum revolution and advanced AI, human augmentation, eco-regeneration and geoengineering, science and diplomacy, and knowledge foundation. Each of these 5 platforms has subtopics. And you can see here from augmented reality to world simulation, to brain organoids, to decarbonization, future of food, technology and democracy, etc. And the index, the position of these dots on the radar, means that the further they are from the center, the highest potential for anticipation, meaning the least these topics are yet on the table or on the radar of policymakers all around the world. So the window of anticipation is very important. There are technologies that is too late to try to anticipate the governance. For example, AI. Generative AI is everywhere. There's no way we can roll back and sit down and say, oh, we should have taken AI into a different direction, because now it's in the hands of every software developer around the world. So how do you take something bad when already is deployed into the world? You cannot, right? So the window of anticipation means, for example, quantum computing, for example, neurotechnology, for example, geoengineering. Those technologies, we are still in time to decide collectively how do we want to steer this technology before it's deployed and tangible in the world. So the bigger the window of anticipation, the more opportunity we have to sit together through mechanisms such as the Science and Technology Working Group of the IPU is one of the best examples that we have time to think long term before the technology, basically comes to us and absorbs us into it without having had that time for anticipation. So I invite you all to explore these resources. The website, as I mentioned here, radar.jesda.global. It is a free resource, and we are discussing with the IPU colleagues perhaps making an outreach campaign to all of you, to your parliaments, and have a more dedicated session perhaps with those that are interested, because this is a very short time that we have today. But I invite you all to download this resource, to to explore it, to see which of the topics are more relevant for your day-to-day work and your commissions of science and technology, your commissions for the future in your parliaments, and of course having us as a resource to always come in and support and help bring this resource to its maximum utility. Just giving you perhaps a more concrete example that we're working on right now on once we have basically anticipated the future of the technology, for example, quantum technologies, what do we do about it? We don't stop there. We don't just say, okay, here's the future of quantum, go figure it out. We just that we select a few number of projects and issues that we feel Geneva is well positioned to advance the governance of globally, and then we take them through a methodology, which we call the anticipatory situation room methodology, where we bring together all of the stakeholders that must be part of the discussion on where the technology is going and how to govern it. And the first initiative that we have taken on is precisely the governance of quantum technologies. Here you can see we have a timeline of 5, 10, 25-year horizon of what quantum technology is going to be able to do in the next 25 years. So in Geneva, we have created a task force that will bring together all of the actors, meaning all of the member states through their permanent representations in Geneva, the universities and research institutes that are, for example, University of Geneva, the Graduate Institute, ETH in Zurich, University of Zurich, universities in Switzerland, but also international, that are working on cutting-edge quantum research. And for example, EPFL in Lausanne is a very, very important one. And then we bring together the industry actors that are building those quantum computers, such as Microsoft, such as IBM, such as Google, because they are the players who are deploying this technology, and they must be involved on their governance. So we bring all of these actors together in Geneva as a neutral space, honest broker, to collectively decide how are we going to see the technology to ensure quantum computing, quantum technologies benefit all, and this revolution can be harnessed by all and not perpetuate inequalities and divides as other scientific revolutions have brought us. And it is, we are very privileged to be at the center of International Geneva, and you can see here all of the institutions that are surrounding us, and it is because we are at the center of this ecosystem that we are able to bring all of these actors together effectively, and here is the really emphasizing the role of International Geneva as this hub for multilateral governance. And so I would love to discuss more with each of you how this methodology can be put at your service, and how we create this mindset of anticipation, but not just the mindset and the willingness, but the institutional mechanisms also that Dr. Karim was brilliantly exposing in his presentation. We have to balance both the individual capacity building with the institutional capacity building. And again, the Science and Technology Working Group of the IPU is an excellent instrument to bring together all of those science committees in parliaments around the world to align and to perhaps use one of these tools as a guiding framework for bringing these topics to the national debate. So I would love to discuss with you, and I know we are a bit pressed with time, so I will try to allow time for question and discussion. And speaking of capacity building, I want to leave you with an invitation to Geneva with our colleagues at IPU. We have a very successful collaboration every week in May, every year in May. We put together this Science Diplomacy Week, which is an immersion program in Geneva to immerse a group of people from all around the world into this anticipation, into this science diplomacy ecosystem of International Geneva, and then provide these tools, these anticipatory science diplomacy tools, the Science Breakthrough Radar, expose participants to the different institutions in Geneva that are implementing this methodology, and they are at the forefront of global governance of issues from health at the WHO, particle physics at CERN, or climate and environment at the WMO, etc. And the idea is to create an alumni community, a community of practice that are going to be empowered and are going to be then connected to, through the IPU, through the Working Group on Science and Technology, through JESDA, all of us, to implement these anticipatory methodologies in the national parliaments. So I invite you all to stay tuned to the announcement for the next call for Science Diplomacy Week, which will be in May or June next year, 2024. And hope to see many of you in Geneva. And here I want to, I don't know if he is in the room, but I want to give a special mention to Dennis, because Dennis was with us this past May. And I think, Dennis, your contributions were not just invaluable, but also you brought parliamentary perspective. And until now, we haven't had too many parliamentarian participants. We used to have only traditional diplomacy actors, which in some way had been neglecting the role of parliaments in diplomacy. So when we talked about diplomacy, usually what we get in terms of applications were ambassadors and science attachés and different members of the diplomatic community. But parliaments were not represented until last year. And I'm really, really happy that through IPU and through our colleagues, we managed to get Dennis and a few others that really brought the importance of parliamentary science diplomacy. And I hope that many of you will be interested to follow this work and to join us. And we are at your service, and this is why JESDA was created, to work with all of you. And with that, I would like to thank very much Mokhtar and Tasnim for having me here, and I hope to meet you in person next time or soon, somewhere around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marga. Thank you very much for your intervention, for your presentation, for these very insightful information about the JESDA breakthrough radar and how useful can it be for future parliamentarians and for the future for parliamentarians. So allow me here to give the floor to Dennis so that he can maybe talk to us a little about his experience at the Science Diplomacy Week of 2023.
Marga, how are you?
Hi, Dennis. So good to see you.
Yes, I participated in the Science Diplomacy Week in Geneva last May, and the reason that I did, as Marga has pointed out, that up until that point the engagement had very much been with the diplomatic corps. And of course, when you're engaging with the diplomatic corps, if you're really lucky, you're engaging with the Secretary General of the Department of Foreign Affairs back home. And there's a perception, and I took this up with Colin earlier on, that policymakers, that if you talk to the ambassador to Ireland or the ambassador to France, that you've spoken to the members of parliament in that country, which is not the case. And there is no conduit there. And I think we've had this conversation with Maurizio before in relation to CERN as well. So I think, as I said in my contributions earlier on in this week, while there is a responsibility on science to engage with parliamentarians, there's also a huge responsibility on us as parliamentarians to start to reach out and start that engagement with the scientific community. And that's what we did in JESDA last May, was start that conversation, give an appreciation to young, new scientists as well as established scientists and established diplomats, of the perspective from a parliamentary approach to dealing with challenges and problems, the issues as we see them, and hopefully through the likes of JESDA we get an indication of some of the ethical and legislative challenges that we will face in the future in regulating new technologies as well, and hopefully that the scientific community will get a better impression of the type of multifaceted, complex issues that we have to deal with when we introduce regulation of their area of technology. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dennis, for your insightful inputs. I don't know if anyone has any questions to Marga. Mokhtar?
Yes, Marga, it's always a pleasure, really. And what I wanted to tell colleagues, and it will be, of course, in our report, it is not only the activities that we benefit from JASDA, it is the theory itself, the anticipatory approach, the evidence-based approach that we would like parliamentarians to take and to have in their decisions. So for me, JASDA is very helpful for the parliamentary community on the scientific level, projects, but much more important in its approach. We have a conference in Hanoi for young parliamentarians. They are the most, the most group of parliamentarians that need the approach of JASDA, how to anticipate the future, how they can do this. This is not a question, I'm just referring to our report and to the members here that it is the evidence-based approach. We would like in our recommendation, we would like to revise it with you. You are a partner that we signed an agreement together, and I don't have except real thank you for all your support. And I would prefer that next time we prepare next year. It should be the year that JASDA will come here. Next year we will be probably 3 times the size, and we will be very happy to have you on board. Thank you very much, Marga, for everything that you're doing, and thanks to JASDA and the colleagues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mokhtar. I just want to echo what you just said, and I'm really glad that you have a Young Parliamentarians Conference following this one, so you can transfer these recommendations to them. And I just want to emphasize exactly the time frame, right? So many of these issues that we discuss will only come to their desk in 10, 20 years. So it is now the young parliamentarians that maybe in 20 years will be dealing with these future issues. So it's very important that we start now, right? Because we really need this, this intergenerational engagement and collaboration. And the earlier we can sensitize them to this anticipatory approach, the better prepared, I think, and stronger parliaments around the world will be. So we are at your disposal. We will certainly be there next year. 3rd time is the charm, that's what they say. And we will continue working in Geneva and around the world to strengthen this interface between science and policy and parliaments with this future-looking perspective. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very good rest of the conference.
Thank you very much, Marga. We have another intervention.
Sorry. Hello, Marga. I am Carlos Alvarez Pereira, Vice President of the Club of Rome. Sorry, because my intervention, my comment, question will be more provocative and challenging than those of my colleagues. Because from what I've heard, I mean, anticipation can be done in many ways. And if we consider the role of science and technology, we have to look at that from the point of a systemic point of view. You know, science and technology is not an abstract thing coming from the stars. It is something that humans do according to certain values, ideas, interests, agenda, and funding. You know. From what I've heard, I see that the kind of anticipation you practice is framed around the idea of adaptation to whatever comes from this abstract thing called science and technology, and maybe mitigation in the sense of sometimes considering regulations to mitigate some of the negative effects. But at this moment in the history of humanity, definitely in the Club of Rome, we promote something else, which is a transformation of the role of the systems of science and technology for society to address the societal challenges that we have, which are existential challenges. And sorry to be provocative, but this is not what the current systems of science technology are doing. and much less what the propaganda around science and technology is doing. You know, and you mentioned AI as it is inevitable these days. There is a huge amount of propaganda around that. So where do we leave the capacity as humanity to decide which questions are addressed by the system of science and technology, which challenges are addressed by the systems of science and technology, and which are not? Because I strongly think that an analysis, a critical analysis of how science and technology are framed today must lead to say, well, no, this development shouldn't be made, shouldn't be done. You mentioned quantum technology. Well, this is in the hands of military purposes, as, by the way, a lot of the science and technology that we know today has been in the recent past. So, sorry, but I wanted to have your opinion about this definitely critical perspective on the role of science and technology.
Of course, thank you so much, Carlos, and we fully agree. I mean, I had a very limited time to present, but let me just start by saying I think we are fully aligned. There is no and there is no unquestioned acceptance of what technology is bringing us. Is not what I meant, right? That we are just taking and accepting what's coming and then either mitigating or trying to manage it. So let me maybe explain to you a little bit better how GESDA works. At GESDA we have 4 communities we call fora: academic fora, diplomatic fora, impact fora, and citizens fora. And they are the 4 fora equally represented in our stakeholder groups, meaning that for every issue that I just mentioned very briefly, there will be a representation of research, so whoever is providing the knowledge and anticipate and generating the knowledge in academia or research centers. There is diplomatic forum. This is where we bring together all the member states through their diplomatic representations, and that's the role of government. Impact fora, which is business, private sector, philanthropy, NGO, etc., and citizens through different. We're building right now the 4th fora, which is the citizens fora, which is going to be the most important because, as you say, there is no the paradigm that we have that has brought us here to let not science but certain applications and certain stakeholders advancing certain applications of science lead us to where we are, and some of these unintended consequences of technology come from not having had this deliberation and this inclusive process in advance. So we do include all the voices of all the stakeholder groups. So I don't want to give the impression that we kind of accept unquestionably what IBM or what Microsoft is bringing us. And that's why they are part of the design process of all of these coalitions that we create. And you're absolutely right. Many of these technologies are in the hands of the military, and they have been for a long time. But the current geopolitical scenario that we are in that points towards decoupling, that points towards fragmentation, I think here we have a science for peace element too, because, and as you have discussed in the previous sessions about other issues, it's better to have some cooperation than non-cooperation at all. I think that's the premise of science diplomacy, and that's the premise of science for peace. So even if some of this technology is obviously proprietary, some of this technology is locked behind military labs, the fact that these countries or these companies come to the table, for example, to discuss how quantum can be applied to the SDGs, that doesn't mean they will not continue their military development. We cannot stop that, but we can sit them at the table to discuss, for example, the quantum technologies for better water purification material or for better drug discovery. So there is always a common element that brings them together. Because if we choose fragmentation, if we choose the pathway that the world is going, we will end up with no cooperation at all. So it is not about being naive. We fully know and acknowledge and understand that there are forces driving this technology that are not the global good, but sitting at the table, the actors, to contribute whatever they can to the global commons aspect of it is better than nothing. And a lot of proponents of decoupling, of fragmentation, of stopping cooperation between certain countries and certain areas of research are unfortunately taking us into that direction. So, don't know if I answer your question, but I want to say first, I fully acknowledge your point, and we are not taking science unquestioned. The more we can bring the stakeholders together, the earlier we can shape how science is made. And there are initiatives like the International Science Council. They just launched the Future of Science initiative, exactly to rethink how science is made and should be made in the future. Because this paradigm shift also will, I think, reshape how science is done at the very fundamental level. So we have a lot of work to do, I think, altogether to address the multiple dimensions of this. And we bring one contribution to the picture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marga, and I'll just jump in. You know me.
Hi, Marie.
Hi, Marga. So I just want to see if there's anyone else who wants to intervene. Any other questions? Yes, Honourable William from the Seychelles, just here.
Good afternoon, Marga. Very good presentation from you. Listening to you, to your explanations to the questions given by Carlos and Dennis. And I'm just wondering, in your opinion right now, when you look at the order, governance of how things are being done in relations to science, but don't you think that the power of veto, or those who have the power, will continue to dictate? Because you've talked about 4 pillars, in terms of academia, diplomacy, impact, and citizens group. So even if you've mentioned of these, how do you see this impacting on those who have the authoritative power and resources? I thank you.
Thank you. That's a very good question. So I guess you mean not all of these 4 stakeholders have the same level of power, therefore they can influence differently, right? Absolutely. And we can see this, I think Mokhtar, you mentioned it in terms of going to COP and how you see the different levels of who has access to what, who goes to the blue zone, who has this, of course, the first, I think, question that we need to ask is science being, what's driving the application of science in certain directions? So look at generative AI right now. The decentralized capability of this technology means that anyone around the world can build a model and can publish it, can make a lot of money out of it. And so we can have very soon in the labs, we can have very soon technology going out of the lab. For example, gene editing is going to be cheaper and more easy to use. So you can see how science goes from a very centralized, a very controlled, expensive, infrastructure-heavy approach to a much more democratized, decentralized, cheaper, and easy access. And this is true for climate tech, this is true for biotech, this is true for obviously software and kind of the low tech, as opposed to these other fields that are more deep tech. And so each of these fields will have its own ecosystem of actors and the different, I think, levels and easiness of regulation. And for example, quantum computers, they need a huge infrastructure. You cannot probably reach a point where we will, maybe having a laptop, a quantum laptop, like we all now have our laptops or our phones, that level of decentralization might not be possible. So this is a technology that does require a big infrastructure in the hands of the state, in the hands of the big company, in the hands of the military. Whereas, for example, personalized medicine and biotechnology, this can be something that everybody can, in some way biohack themselves at home. So these are, each of these buckets of technology require very different configurations and ecosystem of governance. And that's why I just that we call them platforms, because they are, there is no one size fits all, and they are very different in the way that that they're going to be, that we need to tackle them. And the question of, I like the word you use, veto, in terms of who decides how far science needs to go. So we have a very interesting project at JESDA called Science Self-Regulation. Do we need scientists themselves to decide the normative framework before the science is out into the world? Is that a step that can be made? Or science should always be blue sky research, it should be discovery research, it should be curiosity research, it should be scientists not constrained by potential positive, negative outcomes down the line. If you look at CRISPR was a technology that was studied in yeast for decades. It had no human application, right? And then one day, of course, science is a collaborative effort, but there was a turning point where gene editing became possible in human germline cells. And then we ended up with babies born with CRISPR, basically genes have been altered in their germline, and now these babies are forever changed in their DNA, and they constitute, if you think about it, a new human species. So there was no normative framework. There was no one that could have a veto power on whether CRISPR would be used or not in humans. And then the scientists realized this is something that has huge implications. We need to go and knock at the door at the national academies, and then through that to government, and then there were the ethical regulations and guidelines for human applications of genetic engineering were created. But it was only after reacting to the undesirable consequence or the unintended consequence. And it's not even undesirable, because maybe CRISPR editing will bring us the most beneficial revolution in healthcare, maybe. But the fact that we didn't have any anticipatory framework for that leaves us with this reactive approach and with these perhaps unintended consequences. And this is what we will see, and we are seeing with every other technology, if we do not have this anticipatory approach that can be inclusive of all. And this is very difficult to do. I'm not saying it's easy, because again, who decides what's good and for who? So I'll leave you with that.
Thank you very much, Marga. Thank you. We have time for one brief last question before we break for lunch. Would anyone like to take the floor to ask a question? Question? No? No? No more questions? Ready for lunch? Okay, perfect. Thank you very, very much, Marga, for your time.
Thank you all. It was a pleasure.
It was lovely seeing you, and hopefully see you next year.
See you soon. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
The last session, we're going to put the 5 people on the stage. Mauricio Wood, I will tell him how to do it. We're gonna
Touch of Knowledge will start in a few minutes, and which is memorize the first World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science, and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
One. This is the Touch of Knowledge. Please, a big hand for the Touch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây
gentlemen, the talk of knowledge will start in a few minutes, and with his memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
One. This is the Torch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Torch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình của tuần hoàn khoa học trên thế giới hôm nay và mai sau.
commemorate the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science, and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
One. This is the Torch of Knowledge. Please, a big hand for the Torch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình thổi bừng ngọn đuốc khoa học cho thế giới hôm nay và mai sau.
mời quý vị đại biểu ổn định và chúng ta bắt đầu như lệ phát thuốc khoa học sáng hôm nay ạ. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The talk of knowledge will start in a few minutes, and which is memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
One. This is the touch of knowledge. Please a big hand for the touch of knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình của tuần hoàn những khoa học trên thế giới hôm nay và mai sau.
knowledge will start in a few minutes, and with his Memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
One. This is the Torch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Torch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình của tuần hoàn khoa học cho thế giới hôm nay và mai sau.
with his memoir The First World Science Event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
One. This is the Touch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Touch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ
Torch of Knowledge will start in a few minutes, and which is memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
One. This is the Torch of Knowledge. Please, a big hand for the Torch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ
First World Science event reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
One. This is the Torch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Torch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình của tuần hoàn khoa học trên thế giới hôm nay và mai sau.
Science event reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
One. This is the Touch of Knowledge. Please, a big hand for the Touch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo bộ khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những nguồn tiên phong trên hành trình của tuần hoàn khoa học trên thế giới hôm nay và mai sau.
Town of Knowledge will start in a few minutes, and with his memorize the First World Science event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
One. This is the Torch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Torch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo của khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình bổ sung nguồn lực khoa học cho thế giới hôm nay và mai sau.
with his memoir The First World Science Event, reminded us about the Nobel Prize of Science and supported International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022.
One. This is the Torch of Knowledge. Please a big hand for the Torch of Knowledge from 5 students of specialized school. Và bây giờ ngọn đuốc khoa học được thắp sáng bởi các em học sinh sẽ truyền đến đại biểu và đại diện lãnh đạo của khoa học công nghệ, lãnh đạo tỉnh Ninh Bình, các giáo sư và nhà khoa học là những người tiên phong trên hành trình của tuần hoàn khoa học cho thế giới hôm nay và mai sau.
a little change, which enriches the discussions that will be made, and in particular the points on which the colleagues will propose to work for the future of this initiative. For this, there are a special group of people here, 5 representatives from parliaments, and I will say in a few moments their name, and 1 person, me, who's not from parliaments, but I can give perhaps my take-home points from the point of view of non-parliamentarians. I would like to start by introducing you the persons who are here with me, starting with Mr. Monderboden, who is the member of the High-Level Advisory Group on Counterterrorism and Violent Extremism. Thank you very much for being with us. Then Mr. Waven William, Vice President of the IPU Committee on Sustainable Development. Thank you. Then Mr. Dennis Norton, the President of the Science and Technology Group of the IPU. Thank you, Dennis. Ms. Agnes Vadai. I said Miss. Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to say Miss, and then I correct Mrs. Miss. Okay. Madame Agnès Vadai, sorry, Vice Chair of the IPU High-Level Advisory Group on Counterterrorism and Violent Extremism. Thank you very much, Madame Agnès. Thank you. And finally, Mr. Hubert Julien Laferrière, who is the President of the IPU Committee on Middle East Questions. I would also like, before we start, to tell you the format of this last session, which will not be a real panel exchange among us and among the audience, although maybe at the end we can take 1 or 2 questions. It will be rather from each of the participants to tell you what they learned from these 3 days and what they think they will take home for next initiatives. And I would also like you to know that there will be, at a certain point in the session, the intervention live from Hanoi of Martin Chungong, the Secretary General of the IPU. We do not know exactly now at what time this intervention will be, but I will invite Marine and Tasnim to let us know some minutes in advance such that we can cope with this information. So I would like to start from Mr. Bowden, who was the first one I mentioned, and ask him what he think he will take home from these 3 days and what he think he would like to do with those elements that he has retained. Please.
Merci. D'abord, on tient de remercier ceux qui ont derrière l'organisation de cet événement, soit de côté de l'IPU, de côté de l'ICIS ici en Vietnam. On avait l'occasion pour aborder un sujet très essentiel, la tripartite, l'eau, la paix et le développement. C'est un sujet d'actualité et aussi c'est un sujet qui va intéresser le monde entier durant les années à venir. En parlant de l'eau, on parle aussi de développement et la paix. Permettez-moi, mesdames et messieurs, de dire que c'est pas parce que j'appartiens à l'Afrique, je suis d'un pays africain, mais c'est comme si on parle d'abord du continent africain, parce que c'est l'Afrique qui souffre beaucoup de stress hydrique, de sous-développement et de certaines instabilités dans certains pays africains. La cause, ils ne sont pas responsables de ces trois éléments qui sont pas présents en Afrique, mais c'est la nature derrière et aussi le facteur humain. Les colonisateurs ont causé beaucoup de problèmes de l'Afrique. Ils étaient derrière aussi l'instabilité de certains pays africains sur le plan politique en imposant des systèmes qui ne représentent pas le peuple. Je parle du côté politique de la chose, mais le côté politique de la chose, il est important aussi. Parce qu'on est là pour lier le politicien avec le scientifique pour élaborer une feuille de route qui va essayer de sauver le monde. Parce qu'en parlant de l'eau, la problématique de ce monde entier dans le futur, ça sera l'eau qui cause aussi plusieurs crises régionaux dans certains continents. Aussi, il est derrière la rupture des relations diplomatiques entre des pays. Maintenant, en parlant de l'étape que devrait faire l'IPU, je pense que l'UIP, comme organisation des parlements du monde entier, doit avoir une feuille de route différente de celle de l'ONU. Parce que nous sommes des parlementaires, on a beaucoup de marge de liberté de voir les choses différemment. Et pour ça, on essaye de s'éloigner de la théorie. On va directement au terrain. Moi, personnellement, je propose à mes amis, les présidents de commission, aux experts, notre ambassadeur Omar Mokhtar, et même les chercheurs qui sont là et qui sont partout au monde, on essaye de ne pas imposer une feuille de route au peuple. Il faut les faire participer, oui, le faire de partager avec les députés qui sont aussi des représentants des peuples, c'est bien. Mais aussi, si on parle de Sahel par exemple, on devrait aller au Sahel. J'aimerais bien que l'IPU désigne une commission qui va se déplacer au pays du Sahel. Ils ont aussi des capacités.
With that country's mission. The point is the lack of necessary condition to work out proper action. For us, my personal point of view, I think the topics aren't signed for peace parliamentary engagement here. You know, from Algeria will have been experiencing difficulties with 2 million square kilometers. 2/3 of our country in Sahara deserts. Therefore, we are affected a lot from the heat and also the drought. In the continents of Africa, 60 or 70% of Africa is the land with shortage of waters. Mr. Ambassadors and all distinguished guests, and representative from IPUs now and in the future. Therefore, we need to be more practical in our engagement between the parliamentary institution and the scientists. Thank you very much. So I'm not very good at English, so I speak French. I used to speak Arabian language. I could not speak English well. Thank you for the possible understanding in French expression. Thank you. Sau đây tôi xin được kính mời diễn giả tiếp theo. Vâng, sau 3 ngày thì ông có thể chia sẻ, ông có thể nhận được gì? Xin cảm ơn ông Morris. Đầu tiên, tôi xin được cảm ơn ban tổ chức, rồi trung tâm ICs ở đây đã cho chúng tôi có cơ hội được gặp gỡ tại Quy Nhơn. Và tôi xin được cảm ơn Đại sứ Mota và tất cả thành viên ban thư ký của ICs đã rất nỗ lực để tổ chức và chào đón nồng nhiệt đại biểu như chúng tôi. Vâng. Và tôi thực sự là rất ấn tượng bởi đây là một cơ hội học tập cho tôi. Điểm mà tôi trở về mà tôi ghi nhớ và sẽ làm là sẽ cố gắng. Đầu tiên đó là tôi sẽ mời đại diện các cái cơ quan nghị viện của chúng tôi để rà soát lại các cái quy định pháp luật về nước, về an ninh nguồn nước, để chúng tôi xem là có những cái quy định nào cần phải điều chỉnh, phải sửa đổi hay không. Nhất là trong cái công tác quản trị về nước có rất nhiều vấn đề tồn tại mà cần phải xem xét. Vì vậy, việc mà sẽ có thêm sự tham gia cũng như các bên liên quan cùng tham gia trong quản trị nước sẽ là một cái công việc mà tôi sẽ thực hiện. Vì vậy mà tôi sẽ có thể là tổ chức một cái chiến dịch, một cái campaign, cuộc vận động đấy, để kêu gọi cái tiếp cận nhiều bên tham gia để cùng phối hợp để thực hiện.
For them in the future, as future leaders, to do much better than us with regards to assuring security. And I think that promotion of science diplomacy should not be looked up as only a top-down approach, but as a down-to-top approach as well, because we see that, I mean, when projects are implemented without inclusive participation of the locals, I mean, it does not necessarily mean that it is the right project being implemented. And with regards to IPU, I would like to recommend that IPU provide a list of all the important sites, websites that have been given in this forum, so that members, because I feel that, like myself, a lot of members do not know where to find all those important research papers and works, so that for them to look at and to use. And I believe also that IPU should encourage a mechanism whereby members from different countries represented in IPU give a timely reporting, because, I mean, you can attend all the workshops and seminars, but when you go back home, if you don't have something, when you come back to show to the IPU that what your country is doing or what your parliament is doing. So I feel that there should be a mechanism where this should be able to be done. And I would also like to take up the recommendation that Deputy SG Mokhtar, Ambassador Mokhtar said earlier on. I feel that yes, we should be having a strong participation at COP28 with regards to the water and food security. It has to start now. We have to get their attention right now. This should have been done yesterday, but it is not, and it is never too late. And I feel also that in the way forward, in terms of the IPU Secretariat itself, I mean, we are assessing and criticizing, as IPU, we are criticizing others. But I feel that we have to do an internal evaluation to see how best we can move forward, because when you look at history, I mean, IPU have held a lot of important activities. But when it comes to, I mean, media diffusion with regards to the work of IPU, and also internally, how committees can join together, because, for example, this water security, food security, I feel that there are other committees that can join together to make the point. So these few points I would like to contribute, but I can say that it has been a learning process for me. And again, I would like to thank all the panelist members, because you have really, you know your stuff, and thank you for imparting this to us. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Waven. Thank you for the points that you have mentioned, and you can imagine that I'm particularly sensitive to the point that science diplomacy should not be just a top-down approach, but also a bottom-up approach. I fully agree with that. So now I would like to ask the usual question to Ms. Vadai, in order to know what you will take home from this meeting and what would you propose to do for the future.
Thank you very much. I'm coming from a country which is quite rich in water. I'm from Hungary. And when we were talking about water, we have always been thinking about, like, you know, areas like Sahara or Africa, sorry to say, and we see it on the television that there were women and children, you know, queuing for water to fill their little tanks with tankers with in the well. But we have to know and we have to see that this is over. Water is a problem for everywhere in the future, and that is a very important message we are taking with ourselves. And it's not just the task of politicians to deal with it. We have to talk with our voters. How and what kind of technologies we have to do, what kind of mentality change we have to have as far as water is concerned. Because, you know, when we are talking about raw materials, we're always thinking of oil and gas and lithium, and politicians and people are worried, oh, what's going to happen if it's not going, we don't going to have these materials in big amounts. But thanks to science, we can live without these materials, because in the future they can be substituted. I don't know any material that can substitute water. So water is something without which we cannot really exist in the universe. So that's why we have a very big responsibility. And we have to take this responsibility, which was highlighted here several times by the scientists and leaders of different NGOs, back to our societies. Even into countries where we have a lot of water, and potable water is just, you know, it's just a normal thing. In Hungary, it's never a problem to have water. Sometimes we even, you know, water the flowers with the water, with the potable, with the drinkable water. We have to change that. We have to change this thinking. And in order to change that, we have to invest. We have to invest, not just, you know, to find new wells and new possibilities all over the world to have water, but I think what was for me really striking is what can we do with technology, water cleaning technology, and how we have to invest into water cleaning technology. And here I would like to draw your attention, dear colleagues, that we were not talking about one thing when we were talking about technology. The armies, military has technology. Even the Hungarian military has technology for cleaning water, because when troops arrive to a place where wells are poisoned, the first thing they have to establish is clean water. So here it's very important that there is a very strong military-civil cooperation so that we have these technologies. It's also very important, and this would be my last comment, is what we are doing right now here on the stage is unique. We have had conferences where different IPU chair people, vice chair, former chairs, former vice chairs were sitting separately. But we very rarely do that, committees that are dealing with one problem from one aspect are coming together and sitting together. So I think, Ambassador Omar, it's a very important sign that we are sitting here. And this should be done in IPU, and this should be done in parliaments as well. That even though I'm dealing with security questions back in Hungary, and in HLAG we are dealing with the Sahel region, which is a very important region as far as water or the scarcity of water is concerned, we have to have joint meetings of IPU committees, working groups, smaller groups, in order to have a multidisciplinary approach to the problems. Because water is not just the question of sustainable development. Water is the question of science, water is the question of security, water has, of course, geographic concerns. So I think what is very, very important is that from now on, we stop being all alone all the time in the committee meeting rooms with our own committee and committee members, and we start organizing joint meetings of different IPU bodies so that the knowledge we have can be channeled into this very important, all parliament included organization, and that is IPU. So that's our responsibility also, and this is the message we can convey at the Luanda Assembly to our colleagues, to our fellow colleagues in different parliaments of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. And now I would like to ask Monsieur Julien Laferrière to tell us what he retains from this meeting and what he proposes for the next future.
Thank you. First of all, I think we need to apologize to Marine and Tasnim. Maybe thank them, but also apologize because they prepared a document with recommendations, next steps, and we didn't read it before starting to speak. So thank you to you, and we apologize because we should have some comments about what you prepared, but I think it will be very important for all of us to read carefully what you prepared for us. First comment, because during the 3 days, I tried to think about the outcome that we could have, once this meeting is finished. And first of all, I think the relationship between science and politics can spark, fascinating debates. And we had fascinating debates. Talking about the relations between science and politics, not only in the roundtable but also at the coffee break, and it's fascinating, and it also has a taste of unfinished business, because this relation is so important and provokes some really interesting debates among us, my other comment is that we chose, of course it's so important, water, and it is, I think, a strong illustration of the the era we are facing, the world is facing now, the era of what we call Anthropocene, this geologic and biologic era in which basic resources are threatened and therefore subject to conflicts. Water, of course, but also, the conflicts, the war. They are today war for access to water, to energy, to raw materials. And so if we don't fulfill the agendas that the international community adopted, the agenda on SDGs, the agenda on climate change, the agenda on biodiversity, there will be no peace. And to fulfill this agenda, we need science. We need science, and we need the politicians we are. We need to take into account what science tells us. And the debates were interesting, so how far science must go to recommend, outcomes to the politicians. So, and I thought what was really interesting is the debate we had on science, on inclusive science, science that includes, of course, the scientists, but also, I don't know how to say, the citizens, and how citizens can bring their own expertise in the science to have a science more, I heard citizen science, we can say inclusive science, And so now, what are the next steps? Because I think we started something very important when, of course, when the committees were created and when this committee on science was created, because we really actually started something that was needed before, is this relation between politicians, parliamentarians, and scientists. So what are going to be the next steps? Continue on water issue means I think we need, of course, in Luanda to have a specific moment to continue this work, but we also need a parliamentarian conference after Luanda, I don't know where, but Geneva, or why not Paris, but Geneva, okay, a parliamentarian conference on water security. It is so important. But let's focus now on some regions in which we have to work and in which we have to commit the parliamentarians. Of course, the Middle East and the conflict between Israel and Palestine. For decades, there has been cooperation projects on water issues. There is actually cooperation between Israel and Jordan, but the problem is that Israel, controls 97% of the water resource, and so I remember when I was in charge of international relations for the city of Lyon, we built some triangular cooperation between the city of Lyon, the city of Beersheba in Israel, and the city of Jericho in Palestine. And we succeeded building this cooperation because we built this cooperation not with the politicians, but with the universities. So I think, I always remember this. It was a long time ago. It was 15 years ago. But I think, I'm sure that the research in Israel, the know-how that we need for such projects is still available to work with the Palestinian issue of access to water. And I think that parliamentarians can really make positive proposals on this issue. And the other issue I want to focus on is Sahel, because we had many discussions, and because we have colleagues from Sahel here, I think that the problem is that the communication of the cooperation between, let's say, Europe and Sahel is really focusing on security issues and not enough on, a fair cooperation on development. And there are things that are being done on development, but there is no communication on it. So I think we also need an interparliamentary cooperation that already exists thanks to the initiative that was taken by parliamentarians from Burkina Faso, from Mali and other countries. But we really need to work toward a new, en français on dit un nouveau récit de la relation entre les parlements, enfin entre les pays européens et les pays du Sahel. Un nouveau récit, I don't know how to translate it, but un nouveau récit means we have to focus more on development issues, but also to communicate more on these development issues. So we need the parliamentarians to speak louder and not let only this relation in the hand of our state leaders. I think I've already been too long, so I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hubert. Thank you. Okay, I would like, before proceeding, I give you some fresh news that was given by Tasnim, which is that we will have the intervention of the Secretary General only at 4:30. And as a moderator, I must say that one of the most difficult tasks, usually for a moderator, is to be able to remain in time, because people tend to speak much longer than foreseen. While today we have excellent speakers who have been very clear, very effective, very short. So we have still 1 hour to go with two people, myself and Denis, who would say a few words. But then we have time, waiting for the intervention of the Secretary General, to receive also from the people, in particular the parliamentarians in the audience, their own, let's say, points to bring home, and also their own ideas about what to do in the future. So I would suggest that as we had thought that Denis would have given the conclusive remarks, or would be the last one to speak, that I tell you what I personally, from my perspective, which is not the same of a parliamentarian, what I have retained as the main points to take home from these 3 days of meeting. The first, which is quite an obvious point, is that remaining on the topic of the conference, water is really a very important and key problem for the whole humanity. This is a trivial observation, but what was discussed here gave me a more in-depth understanding of the problem, because I learned that very often, in the majority of the cases, water is not a problem just in terms of availability, but also in terms of representing something that can only be dealt with if you accept the transboundary approach to the problem. And then the other point is that water is a right for the whole population, and so to some extent is a human right to be considered as such by everybody. The second point that I felt quite interesting to share with you is the fact that although I'm not at all an expert in the water field, I nonetheless had the impression that the people who have worked on these things from the scientific point of view, from also the parliamentary point of view, and from the point of view of NGOs, they have been able to develop some instruments, legal instruments, practical instruments, that might make life easier for those who would like to assess the existence of the problem in a given term, in precise terms, in a given area, and also have these instruments as an aid to decide what to do. So I think that some checklists that have been presented in these days might be really very useful if used by the people who live in a certain area and who have a specific problem to solve to provide water to everybody. The third point that I have retained, please be reassured that there are only 5, is that an important element, as in many other domains, is really the exchange of information, the exchange of data, the exchange of, let's say, open source data, which is really important, because data should not be protected when we deal with something which is a global public good or a human right, as I said before. And also the exchange of the solution adopted in certain areas, which might be, with the right transposition, useful also for other regions, for other areas, with the advantage of representing already an example of what can be done, but also with some examples of the mistakes that were made before, which should not be repeated. And then the last 2 points are those who are closer to my heart as a person coming from the world of science, but also as one of the originators of these Science for Peace school program of the IPU. The first is that from the debate we had, I think that there is a certain understanding also on the parliamentary side, which was not obvious to consider as such, that science can indeed also help the intercultural dialogue and peace. So if science provides correctly what it can provide, which are scientific data, technology, but also some models of cooperations, this might help people, and in particular case parliaments, to have the courage to set up relations that might be conducive to better understanding, better dialogue, and possibly peace. And the last point, again related to the schools, is that when these schools were launched, we were just before the COVID phase, we hoped, of course, to repeat the schools. But we could only do this year, or better, starting last year at CERN in December, and this year, the first full session of a school. The school is now structured in 2 parts. A part in which, as it was said this morning, the members of secretariats of parliaments are invited to join, which was done at CERN in December, but which will be done in Sesame in Jordan in spring 2024. And a second part, which was done here now in Vietnam, which will be done again in Vietnam in the coming years. And the thing that I retain is that there is a certain interest from the parliamentary community to repeat these schools, maybe with a different topic, with a different subject than water. Some of the topics that have been mentioned are energy or climate change. Climate change is a much broader topic. This can be decided by you, but I personally see the interest for this experience to become regular in the coming years. And this is something that is in my opinion, mainly based on what you, the parliamentarians, would like to do. Because one of the objectives of the school was the creation on the topic selected for the school of interparliamentary networks. And interparliamentary networks, as was said before, are exactly those instruments that allow the exchange of experience, that allow the exchange of information, free information, open source information, and also allow maybe even between parliaments that are not used to have a very often contacts, to have the courage to have these contacts and to try to solve problems, in this case water, in different regions, thanks to the collaboration. So the parliamentary network, which is a term that Ambassador Mokhtar Omar invented some years ago, in my opinion, would be really the best instrument that would permit progressing in this respect. And if you do something on a parliamentary on water, on the parliamentary network on water, it will have a twofold advantage. The one that maybe will help solving some problems related to water, and the other one, it would be the example for other parliamentary networks that other colleagues of yours might decide to set up to tackle the topics that will be chosen for the next schools. So these are the 5 points that I will bring back to my home. And now I give the floor to, thank you, to Denis.
Thanks very much, Maurizio. I think we've heard a lot from each of the speakers, and I think we got their key take-home points from the last 3 days. For me personally, as an MP in Ireland, the 3 things that I will take home from this is, one, that Ireland now needs to join the Water Convention, which we haven't yet joined. Secondly, the checklist that Sean presented yesterday can be used in practical terms in relation to a piece of water legislation that we're going to be bringing through Parliament early next year on the management of a river in Ireland. And the third thing is that every time I visit a school from now on, I will be asking the children, where does that drop of water that lands in your head, where does it eventually finish up? And talk to them about the story of water, talk to them about the catchment areas of each of the water bodies in our country, and start that discussion. I think the last 3 days have been a very engaging 3 days, because I think everyone has been very open, providing their views, the scientists, the NGOs, the parliamentarians, different perspectives and different views and issues. And I think we've all got a greater understanding of some of the challenges, some of the issues, and the different perspectives that are involved in this issue. And I think, you know, in terms of the key recommendations from this and where do we go from here, I think the first thing is that the parliamentarians and the scientific community need to push the respective governments to accede to the UN Water Convention if they haven't already done so. If they have done so, that they would ensure that it's being implemented in full and that the data is freely available to show that implementation in terms of both monitoring and assessment. And also, particularly for countries that have overseas development aid budgets, that they would incorporate the UN Water Convention and the adoption of the Water Convention in terms of their funding framework, to work with countries to help them meet their obligations to actually take on the UN Water Convention. And I think if we look at the example that was here in relation to the Mekong Delta, you know, here we have countries who are not in dispute, they're not in conflict, and yet they haven't signed up to this convention. And this convention, if all of them signed up to it, could help to address the impasse that's here. 23 years implementing the Mekong Delta River Agreement. And I think, you know, what we should do is, all of us as MPs, redouble our efforts in terms of the Mekong Delta, in terms of the Middle East, in terms of the Sahel, to look and try and engage with all of the countries, to raise awareness regarding the impact of a lack of cohesive water management is having on their own people and on their neighbours, and to ensure that we adopt this convention, and that we ask the countries that are involved in development aid to look at this in terms of an aspect of facilitating practical solutions. I think it's going to be much easier to do that here in the Mekong Delta. It's going to be much more challenging in the Middle East, and it is a challenge in the Sahel at the moment. But these are and should be our priorities as an outcome from this. We did hear that there is a compendium in relation to water sanitation. And I think it would be great if we had a similar compendium in terms of access to water, the right to water, and what practical tools can be used to source and clean that water, picking up again the point that Agnes made in terms of the technology is there already, but it's not being made freely available. And this comes back to Maurizio's comment regarding open source data. I think we should make a call from this conference here that all public data on water and wastewater and sanitation should be made freely available in an open source format, transparent for the citizens of the country, the citizens that are availing of that water, but also transparent for the scientific community to be able to use that data to provide practical solutions in communities right across this globe. And I think if that one simple action in tandem with the delivery of the UN Convention, if those two specific measures could come out of here this week, I think we would have done a very good job. I think we spoke about the human right to water and sanitation, and I think us as parliamentarians do need a roadmap for that, a toolkit to assist us in identifying where are the weaknesses in our country. And, you know, no one is perfect. And, you know, even in Ireland, we have not universal access to water. We have it, and I think Amanda was making the point that, you know, it's the last 2 or 3% who are the most vulnerable in society. You know, just because you're at 98%, it's not 100%. That 2% could be the most marginalised. And in Ireland, they are the most marginalised at the moment. And I think all of us need to ensure that there is absolute 100% universal access. And I think having that toolkit and roadmap would be of benefit to parliamentarians. I think diplomacy training and the water diplomacy training for diplomats, I think, is an important aspect that we should need to take back to our own departments of foreign affairs and ask them to incorporate this into the training that is being provided to diplomats. I think very clearly the whole area of education, not just education in relation to our children, though very important, but education of the population as a whole. And that comes in the form of citizen engagement as well as the formal education system. And I think, you know, we need to ensure that every citizen in this, on this planet knows what water basin they're in, what the impacts and the quality of that water basin are, and what they can specifically do to improve the quality of that particular water catchment. And I think that's something, again, that we can all take away from this. Coming back to the issue of information, I think having a repository on water solutions, on best practices, on the utilisation of existing knowledge that's there, notably in relation to expired water patents. There are a huge amount of knowledge out there and technological solutions that are, forgive the phrase, evaporating each day. There are patents that are going off patent. There's between 5 and 7 million every single year, quite a number of them in relation to water, and they're lost. There is no way of collating those and making those freely available where they could provide a real and long-term lasting solution. So I think we need to provide that repository to do that. And I think we do need that parliamentary network, taking up from Maurizio said, to exchange best practice. And I think that is vitally important. And I want to throw it out to the colleagues here today as to how they see or how they think that parliamentary network could be best implemented, and what would be the most effective way to deliver that for you as a Member of Parliament in terms of being of benefit to you. And we might throw that out to the floor. in terms of the members of parliament, in terms of the NGOs and scientists here. You're all involved in your own particular networks. Is there a good model out there at the moment that we could piggyback on and replicate in terms of a water network for parliamentarians? So with your permission, Maurizio, I'd like to throw that out to the audience.
Oh yes, thank you very much, Denis, for your really very interesting points. And in fact, I would like now to open the discussion to the floor, but if you allow me to use my power as a moderator, I would like to start first and maybe to listen to the parliamentarians who are here, because this meeting was conceived for an exchange between parliamentarians and people from other fields, but it is a meeting mainly for parliamentarians, and if certain actions have to be taken, decided and implemented in the coming months and years, this is something that pertains mainly to the goodwill of the parliamentarians and to their engagement. So I would like to open the floor for those who would like to say something, starting from you from Zambia. Thank you very much.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello, hello. Yeah, thank you very much. And for me, it was my first time attending an IPU meeting of this nature. My first meeting was in Rwanda. Can you hear me?
Speak up. No. We're closer to your mouth.
Hello. Oh, yeah, I see. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. I was saying that first of all, for me, it was great to meet all the renowned people. As a member of parliament and as a politician, it's very rare that you sit with scientists and leaders in expert leaders in their various fields, people who are experts in these topics, and that on its own was a great pleasure to listen to them, especially on the issues of water security and insecurity. And the second thing I wanted to say was that it was also great to know that there's a lot of help on issues of water and climate change. I think Zambia now, we are in the process of enrolling for the UN Water Convention. The process is undergoing. So it was nice to meet colleagues who are involved in that, talk to them face to face. And it's something that we're going back as a member of parliament that we are going to push to make sure that, first of all, it happens quickly, and then the necessary funding is there, because that's what we do as members of parliament, to make laws and also to do budget allocations for various national government programs. Also, as a member of parliament, I think it's the topic was very important because it sensitizes you to the issues of climate change and water. A lot of our laws, especially in developing countries, well, I speak for Zambia, I think we are not updating our laws quick enough to meet the demands of the times that we are living in. So it's very important as legislature that we pay particular attention to our laws so that we can look into the issues of conservation, protecting our wetlands and our catchment areas, and so forth and so on. So it's very important that as a member of parliament, we are a bit ahead of the times that we are living in, so that we can protect our future. Yeah, it was nice to meet, as I said, the many experts and the organization that they represent. So I think as I go back now, I can start engaging with the line ministries and permanent secretaries on issues that we can be collaborating with. We can work together to ensure that we resolve our challenges in the water and sanitation industry. Yeah, so thank you very much. It was also nice to meet the chair on the, all of you, but more the chair of IPU on security Middle East question, because I recently joined that committee, and it was nice to meet Mr. Hubert and Chatier, and meet all of you, some people like Dennis who have been in public service for many years. You tap a lot from them. They have so much knowledge and experience, and they make you a better MP, and you have somebody who inspires you to serve. It's my first term as a member of parliament, so chatting with them gives you the confidence that this can work. Politics can work also as a career. I'm an engineer by profession. I'm a water engineer. My undergraduate was in water engineering. Then I did a master's in technology management from University of Pretoria. That's where my mother comes from, though I'm Zambian, but we lived a lot in South Africa, but I'm Zambian, so I live, I spent my young days in South Africa, but now I live in Zambia most of my time, though my wife is still in South Africa. So yeah, so it's good to meet all of you, and it was very engaging. The topic was very relevant for the time that we are living in, and I've learned a lot. And yeah, I think that's all. I think let's all work together. Let's support the African agenda in terms of helping them to overcome the challenges that come with climate change, protecting our environment. I think we need all of us to work together to overcome the human challenges that we face in this century. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Would I think Burkina Faso? Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Avant tout propos, je voudrais remercier les organisateurs de cette activité qui a été très riche pour nous. Ça nous a permis de prendre connaissance de modèles, d'exemples qui se font ailleurs, desquels on pourrait s'inspirer pour améliorer les situations dans nos États respectifs. Néanmoins, je voudrais faire une suggestion. Dans l'approche de solutionnement de certains problèmes, ça serait bien de fixer des objectifs intermédiaires. Par exemple, mobiliser les attentes, les attentions et les ressources de tous les acteurs sur les régions les plus vulnérables. Ça permettrait de réduire le gap et d'observer une réelle amélioration des problèmes que nous rencontrons au niveau global. Hier, lors des présentations, quelqu'un a dit une phrase qui m'a beaucoup marqué. Il disait effectivement qu'il faut penser global et agir localement. Et je pense que nous devrions accompagner tous dans l'action locale. Parce que c'est très important. Les gens ont de la volonté dans nos États.
You know, very practical action. People in different countries, they have different approaches, so it should be more practical.
To say something? If not, oh yeah, sorry. Okay, well, no parliamentary. Okay, okay. So, is there someone else who would like to add something, even non-parliamentarians? Please raise your hand. Amanda, please.
I don't have anything new to add. I just wanted to say that I've really enjoyed the week, and I've had so many fabulous discussions with parliamentarians from around the world who are looking for tools and methods that will help them to get the messages out. And I can maybe help in a small way with some of the areas where I'm working. I'm certainly going to be talking to IPU about the human rights roadmap. I'll be talking to Dennis about a toolkit for citizen science, and actually the compendium on water, which I think you mentioned. I don't know that there is one either, and I think part of the reason is it's a privatized area where all the new innovations are coming out, And I think that most of them are competitive and worried about sharing their technologies. So there is a space for that neutral compendium that would be able to collect all the ideas together. And I might be able to help a little bit on that one if that's a requirement.
Would you like to react, Dennis?
Two of them. Yeah, I think there isn't, Amanda, you're correct. And look, some really new innovations, because of proprietary rights, there are issues. But there are quite a number of international agreements that allow for the sharing of technology in the context of development. And I think we need to explore those. We also need to explore the technologies that are there that maybe haven't been utilised, that aren't part of any commercial agreement. And as I pointed out earlier on the week and again today, there's between 5 and 7 million patents every year that go out of license, many of them never taken up, some of them involving the area of water that may provide practical solutions in some parts of the world. And we need to be able to find a mechanism to actually tap into that and make those technologies freely available and open for utilisation. So I think there are opportunities there for us if we start cooperating, sharing and working together. And I think the one thing that has been consistent coming across here this week is this issue of access to practical information. And it expands on Maurizio's point over open data. And I think what we need to be doing, insofar as is possible, all information and data and knowledge in relation to water should be not put behind a paywall, should be made freely available in a method that people can clearly understand and that can be utilised, as I say, by the research community to come up with other and new novel innovations as well. And I think if we even did that, it would be a phenomenal step forward.
If I can add something, I would like to tell you that before starting this conversation, I exchanged with Denis the points that I would have liked to mention. And in fact, he has given me a merit that I don't deserve, because I mentioned indeed open source data with no limitation. But it is thanks to what he reminded me that I mentioned this, because for a person like me, working on, let's say, fundamental research, it goes without saying that anything has to be freely available and without any protection, open source data, which I recognize, unfortunately, is not the case in the real world. So what I think, and I would like perhaps to make you a short example, because we still have half an hour before the intervention of the Secretary General. The example is on the World Wide Web that some of you maybe know was developed at CERN, but that CERN decided at the end of the 80s, beginning of the 90s, to give absolutely free, and I have the document and I can show it to you if you want, to anybody willing to use it. Try to imagine if instead of that move of that organization, the development of the World Wide Web would have been done by a private company. Maybe today, anytime we click on a button of our computer, we should pay a royalty for that. I say all this because I am, of course, in favor of everything that must be made available freely, without any limitation, and with comprehensive understanding, possibility to understand the data. But I mainly would like to say that I think that there could be, in particular by parliamentarians, a certain pressure exerted on companies, on governments in order to release, if not totally, at least a part of what can be made available for the global public without paying royalties and without limitations. So if I can, very humbly from my point of view, I would suggest that in addition to setting up parliamentary networks on the different topics, maybe you try to push also in that direction, because having free data, open source data is really key to solve a lot of problems.
Thanks, Maurizio.
Nocta.
All what I want to ask you, we have currently the important panelists, and it's very important for us, as we heard the position of parliamentarians. We would like to know their position, how they see our deliberation. So if you please allow for the panelists and the people, everybody should give us his final remarks, what they came out of this, especially the people that they are not really close to parliamentary work. I think that will be very helpful for us. Thank you.
You're welcome, Mokhtar. This is exactly what I said before when I invited also non-parliamentarians to intervene, so I'm pleased to give the floor to anybody. I think there is already a person asking the floor. Please.
Bonsoir et merci à vous tous. Dans notre religion, on dit que وَجَعَلْنَا مِنَ الْمَاءِ كُلِّ شَيْءٍ حَيٍّ. On a tous fait vivre de l'eau. La deuxième chose, c'est pratiquement, c'est vrai que les recherches sont bien faites et sont essentielles dans notre vie. Mais le problème, c'est que les solutions de comment faire, surtout dans des pays où ils n'ont pas les moyens. C'est ça le problème. Maintenant, si tu parles, ici on parle, ici vous parlez des pays qui ont des capacités financières ou capacités personnelles qui peuvent réaliser tout ça ou prendre ou acheter ces technologies. Yes, we can, but mais si on parle des pays pauvres, c'est ça le problème. Chez nous, par exemple, en Algérie, on a fait beaucoup de stations de dessalement d'eau. On a fait beaucoup de barrages. Mais il y a beaucoup de pays africains qui ne peuvent pas faire ça. Parce qu'ils n'ont pas les moyens de l'Algérie. Ils n'ont pas les moyens d'autres pays. Maintenant, si on cherche d'aider la population, et ça qu'on espère vraiment, il faut l'ONU qu'elle fasse un programme spécial pour ces pays pauvres. Les recherches et tout ça, c'est très bien. Mais le problème, la réalisation. Toujours ça. Des pays qui ont la technologie, tant qu'il y a un contrat entre les pays, ou un statut de l'ONU qui oblige les autres pays d'aider les pays pauvres, là on peut dire qu'on a sauvé la vie des peuples. Merci.
Thank you very much for your intervention. Is someone of the people on the stage willing to give to reply to this?
Okay, I'm gonna speak in English. I'm just gonna give you a case of my country in terms of what you have just illustrated. I mean, in many occasions you find that countries need capacity building in terms of, the submission of projects, because a lot of the classification of countries allows certain countries to benefit from development aids. For example, Seychelles, we are classified as a high middle income country, so we don't get development aid. But there are countries who can access, but it depends on your type of governance system in place, whereby, I mean, from identification of projects, writing of projects and submission. So these are the challenges that some of the countries face. I wanted to make this contribution, but there are possibilities to get assistance. Like I think just the name Dennis pointed out before in one of his presentations. There are possibilities.
Merci. Je propose d'organiser une conférence mondiale de paix sur 3 thèmes: la sécurité alimentaire, la sécurité de l'eau et le développement durable. Après la conférence anti-terrorisme qui aura lieu à Luanda, Angola, avec la participation de tous les acteurs. Je parle de tous les acteurs, je ne parle pas juste des acteurs de l'IPU, mais aussi on peut avoir d'autres partenaires qui sont efficaces et qui peuvent nous aider à trouver des solutions durables. Merci.
I would like to give the floor now to Hubert Julien Laferrière, because he wanted to intervene, please.
I wanted to, give some answers to, especially to our colleague from Burkina Faso. La maxime, je vais parler en français, c'est mieux puisque la maxime penser global, agir local. Parfois, on peut même la retourner d'ailleurs. Hein. C'est bien aussi d'agir global en pensant local. Je trouve que ça marche dans les deux sens, personnellement. Mais ce que je comprends de ton intervention, en tout cas, moi, ce dont je suis persuadé, c'est que les parlements doivent être les alliés des pouvoirs locaux, des collectivités locales. En particulier dans l'urgence à pouvoir répondre aux agendas mondiaux, hein, l'agenda du développement durable, l'agenda climatique, l'agenda de la biodiversité. Et si on prend justement la thématique de l'eau, qui a été la thématique de nos 3 jours, on n'y arrivera pas sans les pouvoirs locaux. Parce que déjà, c'est souvent en fonction des niveaux de décentralisation, ça dépend, mais globalement, l'eau et l'assainissement, c'est souvent dans les compétences des collectivités locales. Donc ça veut dire que, puisqu'on a parlé des relations entre la recherche et le politique, effectivement, le renforcement des capacités des pouvoirs locaux à implémenter des actions, des infrastructures qui répondent au stress hydrique, à l'alimentation en eau, à l'assainissement. On a besoin de la science pour renforcer ces capacités au niveau local. Et je trouve que c'est un paramètre qu'on oublie très souvent. J'ai fait beaucoup de conférences internationales sur l'efficacité de l'aide au développement ou tout simplement sur les mécanismes de développement dans les pays en développement, en particulier en Afrique, où on avait plein de tables rondes avec des ministres, des ONG, des entreprises, et puis très rarement des maires ou des présidents de région. On les oublie trop souvent. Et là, je crois qu'aujourd'hui, puisque souvent à l'UIP, on dit ce sont les parlements avant les États, avant les gouvernements qui font les lois, c'est nous, les représentants de texte. Et je crois qu'il faut vraiment porter cette voie-là, parce que on n'arrivera pas à réaliser les agendas qui sont devant nous du changement climatique, de la biodiversité, globalement des objectifs du développement durable, l'agenda 2030, sans les collectivités locales, donc sans un renforcement des capacités des collectivités, au-delà évidemment d'un financement des infrastructures dont elles ont besoin, mais un renforcement très fort de leurs capacités, et pour cela on a besoin de la science. Donc il faut aussi qu'on se rende compte qu'il faut absolument travailler davantage avec les autorités décentralisées qui, encore une fois, sans elles, on n'y arrivera pas.
Thank you. If I can, I would like to make a comment on what was said before concerning the usage of science for the solution of problems in less favorized countries, in poor countries. I think that this is a huge problem, and of course I don't have the solution, but I think that there can be a splitting of the different parts of the problem. One of these is the science part, or the technology science. And the point is that at least that part should be made available, and the knowledge that goes within free of charge for everybody, including and in particular for the poor countries. The problem is that not all the knowledge is free in the present, in our world today. That's why before I said there should be pressure from parliamentarians, but also from the general population to renounce to some royalties in certain cases. And some practical solutions, to my knowledge, I'm not an expert, have already been developed. For instance, in certain countries, certain big companies have renounced to receive royalties or to protect the production of some medical things, I mean pills or other things, which cost much less than in Western countries, for instance. So I think that there is the problem of making knowledge, making science and making technology freely available as much as possible, and then there is the huge problem of what to do in terms of global cooperation for the poor countries, which is something on which I cannot comment.
But Maurizio, it's not just cost, and this is a big misunderstanding, that, you know, having technology and information freely available is having it at no cost, having it on the internet. But if it's not usable, it doesn't make any difference if it's free. So it is about looking at technology and making it understandable to people that could benefit and utilize it, making it interoperable, so that, you know, if a scientist is looking at a particular solution and in the format that it's being presented, it is inoperable in, for argument's sake, sub-Saharan Africa, then, you know, for example, you required piped natural gas. So it doesn't make any difference how good the solution is. You're not going to get piped natural gas in that part of the world. So you need to develop that technology using solar power. So making it freely accessible is a far broader issue than just cost. It's about universal availability, and I think that's crucially important, particularly in terms of the north-south flow of information, because on occasions I have the opportunity to meet with scientists from different parts of the world, and that would be one of their criticisms, is the north-south, east-west flow of research and research information that's behind paywalls, yes, but even when it's freely available, it can't be easily utilized.
Before giving the floor, thank you, Denis, but before giving the floor to Carlos, I would just like to add something, because you are perfectly right. It is not just a matter of cost. When I said knowledge should be made available, it means also that with knowledge available free, there is the possibility even for poor countries and for the people helping for poor countries to identify the solutions that are the ideal one, the optimal one for the country, and in such a way that they can use the technology in the declination that is better to be used in that specific case. So I fully agree with you. It is not just a matter of cost. It was a simplification that I made just to let you understand my thinking. But I think that there are two requests. There is Carlos, but there was already before Zambia. No, Burkina Faso. Yes, if you don't mind, we ask for first the parliamentarian. So Burkina Faso, if you could please.
Merci. Je voudrais simplement apporter un complément à l'intervention du député français pour dire qu'au Burkina Faso, à l'Assemblée nationale, nous avons un réseau de parlementaires pour l'eau. Ce réseau travaille en collaboration avec des partenaires privés, notamment WaterAid qui intervient au Burkina Faso. Et ce réseau-là travaille avec les collectivités locales. Il aide à installer des forages au niveau
Thank you. Yeah, it's okay. That's nice to have the opportunity to give final remark, and thank you. I don't want to reopen the debate. We have nice discussion outside, but I was a bit surprised that science and scientists were so present in the discussion, because, and I don't see any scientists in this room, so of course you were scientists, as you used to say, on nuclear research and not on water, so maybe it would be good to invite water scientists. And after this 3rd day, I'm also having the title in front of me, and I also missed something. What happened with rebuilding peaceful coexistence with science or with scientists? And
Closer.
Ah, sorry. Okay, so we're very, very close. So no, I was saying that there was a lot of discussion about science and scientists, but no scientists, no water scientists in the room. And also looking now at after these 3 days and the title, I would really prefer to rebuild peaceful coexistence with water and not with science and scientists. I don't think that science and scientists can be accused of any water issue problem, especially in security, or rebuilding peaceful coexistence with water using or thanks to legislation, policy, and science if you invite scientists. And just to finish, I really like also this morning the reflection from Jesda pointing out that usually legislation change take a lot of time. And it's true that looking also something that was repeated by everyone every day, the climate change crisis, which is a water crisis, we really need some help and some effort to adapt the legislation in the coming years, because the problem is here. It will be worse and worse and worse every year, and that's really great if there is an exchange between the different countries and some legislation reform to adapt and for much more resilience for all the humanity in general. Thank you.
Welcome. Anybody would like to react? Mokhtar? Carlos, please.
I will not react to this comment.
So tell us what you wanted to say before.
Okay. So 3 things. First, as an external observer, first time in an IPU meeting and first time in Vietnam. Now I'm in the process of becoming a fan of IPU, a fan of IPU. So first, commend, congratulate, applaud what you are doing. Now I really see the value of what you are doing, what you have started, in particular doing with this creation of the Science and Technology Working Group. Maybe I see the value, the potential it has even better than you, because I think you have a very strong space instrument, but I prefer to talk about space to convene processes of transformation of the role of science and technology for society and to address societal challenges. And in my view, this requires, to a certain extent, a repossession of the social processes of science and technology by the sovereignty, by the people, by everybody, but in particular through the IPU by the parliaments. And for sure, at the second comment, that we will, I think I've been very much inspired by what has been discussed these 3 days, also to inject these process and these ideas into the process of the UN International Decade of Sciences for Sustainable Development, whose ambition, or one of those ambitions, is to really push towards reframing science and technology so that they really help in a decisive way for sustainable development. So we will count on you also on that. We'll try to involve you, the IPU, as much as possible. And the last comment is that I want to insist on getting out of this framing of developing and developed, and that science and technology are made in certain places, very few, in powerful countries, and then the rest of the countries, which are most of the world, just have to wait for that science and technology to get to them and ask for help. Because in this process of reconnecting with life, because this is what sustainable development is about, reconcile ourselves and our well-being with the planet, the role of reconsidering and evaluating again all the traditional knowledge, which is everywhere, in all cultures, different in each culture, different in each context, but all the traditional knowledge, the science and technology that was produced by originary cultures, by indigenous cultures, that will have an extremely high value. And I want to push also for that reconsideration. Science and technology is not only done in certain places in the most powerful countries. It's done everywhere, and especially when we look for a reconciliation of our well-being with the planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. We still have 6-7 minutes before the intervention of the Secretary General. I think that you, Mokhtar, wanted to say something, please.
Yes, I would like first to respond to Florin about what he said, and it's really a very important remark. But I would like to tell him that the first Science for Peace School, which was held in CERN, we had our meeting, lots of meeting with specialists and scientists, and regarding the applied science and water technology. I personally traveled to Jerusalem, and we already identified several projects. This time we were supposed to have the same members, but due to circumstances in the Knesset of Israel and also the situation in Palestine, we didn't invite the same people. There was no chance for them to come. The idea is the term Science for Peace, by itself, it presents the philosophy for it. Previously, it was Land for Peace. And Land for Peace wasn't really the solution. So it came like Science for Peace, and to answer one simple question, can science provide solutions? Can science turn element of conflict to reason for coexistence? Or we only just think about things that it's not that important for the normal human being? Normal, I mean the average, the lame, the average. Like things like, for example, very important things like space, outer space, Mars going there, black matter, dark matter. So the idea here was to have science very close to the needs, to focus on the needs. So that was the remark, and it's already there in the report. The reason for our meeting here is that we collect the outcome and the recommendation, and we prepare the first ever parliamentary report on science, which is divided by introduction of science itself for parliamentarians, and also the multilateral aspect of science, either the conventions, a multilateral aspect of water, either the conventions of water, the structures of water, and then the parliamentary aspect, and then the peaceful aspect, like can projects of water help solve the current problems. And we were focusing on the terrorism in Sahel and in Palestine and Israel peace, because we discovered in our meeting, which we were focusing on the environmental aspect and the proliferation of terrorism, that water plays an important factor, because when the land gets dry, people leave, vacuum happens, terrorists come. On the other side, you cannot expect negotiators, Palestinian negotiators, going to discuss or to negotiate if they have the ability to negotiate, or going to take some instructions and they are thirsty. A gesture of water is very important. As my colleague said, that God said that from water you created everything alive. So that was very important. Let me summarize that based on our meeting here, the report will be finished. We are going, the first part of the report, you have it now, you can read it, you can look at it, and you can listen to it. The second part, it will be our discussions here. And then the most important for us is that we have the recommendations, we have the toolkit, we have the idea of the conference, and how are we going to take this forward. So I just wanted to explain that there is the first item, that there is the first parliamentary report will be done on water. Never, IPU never did something regarding water. The other thing that I will come up with from those 3 days, the need of cooperation between parliamentarians. I am convinced more that the parliamentarians can cooperate much better than the role that we are doing secretariats. We are not going to cooperate. We don't have time. It's barely I do care about my program. And this should be, as I was asking, I told also Dennis all the time, this is the role of parliamentarians. They go directly, they talk directly to each other, and we work for you. It's not the other way around. And also I took note about the situation of communication. It is serious and it's dire. So those are items I came out with. I came out also to confirm that there is a yearly meeting here. A very technical meeting will happen in near the area in Sesame, and a political meeting with references to science will be here. So I would like to thank you all very much, and my colleagues will provide you later on with a time schedule. When is the report, when is those toolkits, and when is the work will happen. Thank you very much, dear.
Okay, thank you very much, Mokhtar. I think it's almost time now to give the floor to the Secretary General. When I will be given the okay, we will introduce him. I would just like perhaps to say that I agree with what you said. This was not intended to be a technical conference, because there is no reason to reply what is already done in many other places. It was the place where, for the first time, people coming from the technical field, technical being scientific field, being legal field, experts from human rights, could meet with parliamentarians in order to understand whether a common language can exist in order to progress better together. That's, I think, it was the main goal of this meeting. Now we should be at 4:30, so please tell me, Tasneem, if we can introduce the Secretary General. Not yet. Okay, so in the meantime, Denis would like to make a comment so we can profit of this. Please, Denis, go ahead.
Just picking up from where Mokhtar left off, I think there is a need to have a rejuvenated communication strategy within the IPU regarding the work of peace and security and science. And I also think it shouldn't be forgotten, and Agnes flagged this earlier on. This is the first time that 4 committee chairs from the IPU have shared a platform together. You know, and look, early on in the week, I was critical of the fact that we have a silo mentality in governments and in science. It's also there within politics as well. And I highlighted this in Bahrain in my contribution to the Assembly, and I made the point that we needed to work closer with our colleagues in the Sustainable Development Committee, our colleagues in the Middle East Committee, and in relation to the Sahel region, in relation to the Health Committee as well. We are a committee that facilitates engagement between scientists and the other committees. We're not
there to be the community or the committee in the lights. We're there as facilitators, and we want to do that. And we want to see the thematic silos within the IPU broken down, to have more of that engagement that Agnes has spoken about, and actually having the four of us here at this conference together, participating here on the one platform, is a very positive step forward, and something that we as a committee will be taking back to the Assembly in Angola in a few weeks' time, and our committee will be presenting a report from this conference to the Assembly in Angola, and looking to progress the issues that Karim spoke about in terms of peer engagement, and to look at the sharing of knowledge and material on the whole area of water resource management and legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Denis, I think now we have online from Hanoi. I can see it. We have online from Hanoi the Secretary General of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, Martin Chungong. Secretary General, Mr. Secretary General, I would like you to know that we have now just completed the last session of this school, in which the heads and the deputy heads of some parliamentarians, groups and committees have mentioned the points that they will take home and the ideas that they will bring back with them on what to do next. And now we will be more than pleased to listen from you your final consideration that will officially close this school. Please, Martin, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mauricio. I was trying to adjust the lighting for my computer so you could have a better image of me. But let me just say hello to you from Hanoi. I arrived this morning, and I am pleased to see so many people out there in Pyongyang. Sorry I was not able to be with you, but I was with you in spirit, and I do understand that you've had a very wonderful meeting. I am pleased to see many familiar faces. Hello, Agnes. I can see Hubert, I can see Denis and Mauricio and all of that people there. So it gives me pleasure to be able to address you again like I did virtually during the opening of this very important meeting. And you will remember that during my opening remarks, I did remark that the aim of the meeting was to help realize the vision of unity through science for the purpose of peaceful coexistence, and act as a platform for dialogue between parliaments on subjects related to the IPU's core objectives. The objective of the meeting was to be a space, to create a space for exchange, learning, and meaningful dialogue between parliamentarian scientists and experts on the theme of science for peace and water security. These past 3 days, I do understand you have all demonstrated that science can indeed provide a neutral platform for dialogue between various parties from different backgrounds in the search for sustainable solutions for the benefit of all. You have, throughout these days, had the opportunity to discuss key topics such as what scientific operation models can bring to politics, innovative technologies which can be used to ensure sustainable water management, and how these innovations can be harnessed and integrated into practical solutions, multilateral, regional, and bilateral water diplomacy, and how anticipatory science can support legislators on their policy making. And I do understand that during your workshops, you have shared many important good practices and effective parliamentary action from various national contexts, in addition to some common challenges that have been discussed. It is clear that there is no universal path to water security, but by sharing best practices, we can work together to find solutions which can be integrated according to specificities, needs, and priorities of each country and region. I hope you're leaving this meeting with renewed inspiration, energy, and commitment to tackle water insecurity, bringing home with you a wealth of new contacts and networks which you can use to support you in your work at home. And in this way, you can continue to bridge the gaps between the legislative and scientific communities, putting evidence-based decision-making at the center of the work of parliaments. I trust you will return home with a new perspective on water security and what you can do to ensure that people around the world, no matter where they live, have reliable access to safe and clean water. I would like to use this opportunity once again to convey my heartfelt gratitude to our partners there in Kunyon, the ICISE, who have welcomed you so warmly in Kunyon and supported the realization of our common belief in the concept of science for peace. We are grateful to you for your hard work and dedication in allowing this meeting to happen. I would also like to warmly thank the Qatari Shura Council for their strong and continued support to this joint project. We are honored to be working on these important objectives together. Furthermore, let me use the opportunity to extend sincere thanks to the participants, you all, speakers and moderators at this event, for committing fully to the principles of this meeting, staying open-minded and listening to the voices of those around you. By doing so, you are moving closer to finding solutions for the benefit of humanity. From the IPU's side, it was an honor to organize this meeting on this important topic. We look forward to continuing to collaborate with our members, the ICISE, and other partners to realize the vision of unity through science for the purpose of peaceful coexistence. I thank you all. I thank you, Mauricio, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General. Thank you for your words, and I think we can close now the meeting, but we wish you a very interesting next meeting with a young parliamentarian forum that will take place starting from tomorrow in Hanoi. Thank you again for your intervention. Thank you. See you. But now, to close really the meeting, I would like just Mokhtar to ring the bell for the last time, please. Thank you.
And Maurizio, can I thank you for your hosting this last session here today, and thank Martin for his wind-up speech. And can I thank the Vice President of the National Assembly of Vietnam for being here with us during the week. To each and every one of you, not only the ones that contributed up here, but the engagement
back and forth from the floor, which was vitally important. Can I thank Professor Van and Professor Kim and the International Centre for Interdisciplinary Science and Education for their support and assistance in organising this event. The Interparliamentary Union, the Middle East Committee, and the Chair Hubert, who has been very instrumental in this particular meeting, along with our own committee, and Agnes, and Wavan, and Mander, in relation to their contribution to this event. And I think, we can take from this the importance of having open and available access to information in relation to water. And we are, as a parliamentary community, going to take this now to Angola and beyond from that, to reach out to the scientific community, to ask the questions and to listen to the answers and engage further. Garamila Mahagav Galer, and safe home to everyone. Thank you.
Yes, no, the